Hello everyone, welcome to another stream. How are we all doing? Right, so where are we going to? So last stream we got the hot plugging of input devices working on Windows. So disconnecting and connecting gamepads, mice and keyboards. And we also got the raw input working for a mouse. So raw input for a mouse, and we was able to feed that into our event system and queue up events for clicking, basically. Have they got any more than 5? That's the thought. I remember someone saying that, and I didn't bother looking. Yeah, I don't know if they have a 6. But yeah, yeah. So in today's stream, we're going to do the raw input for the keyboard. So this, has lots of keys, but also we need to translate the scan code to a virtual key code. And I did a tiny bit of research before the stream, because it's always good to do a bit of research before you stream it. And by the looks of it, there's a very simple function to do the mapping. So I think we might start there with the mapping first. Well, no. I think let's read the events back. We'll get it all hooked up, and then we'll do the mapping. Yeah, should be it. So we have some sample code we can look at, because I got sent some from Mr. Nadillo. So we can just use this as a reference. So he uses raw input as well. So there's 2 layers to this, right? We use raw input because then we can have 2 different keyboards plugged in, and we can we can know exactly what keyboard pressed a key, or exactly what mouse pressed a key, or pressed a button. So let's read through the sample code and see what it's like. But yeah, we do want to, in our platform abstraction, we also have a different concept called like a virtual mouse and a virtual keyboard. And this is basically all of the mice and all of the keyboards like combined. It's like that OS, that built-in OS cursor that we move around the screen, for instance. Or the virtual keyboard is just a combination of all the keyboards together, which might be useful if you're going through like a main menu. So to save you iterating over all the different input devices, you can just check. Maybe that's useful. I don't know. Maybe it's not. But we're just gonna have it in here, and we'll see if it ends up being useful. I don't know. If it's not useful, we can just delete it. Yeah, we need to plug that in as well at some point. Right, so let's look at the sample code for this raw input thing. So we're currently reading back. So this is our code here. We've done it for the mouse. So we read in like this raw input packet, and it basically gives you like a header which tells you like what type it is and how big the structure is and everything. And then if it's for a mouse, is this one. If it's for a keyboard, there's this one. And so it turns out it's per maybe 1 key at a time. Whereas for the mouse, it's like everything. Like the mouse basically keeps track of like all the key presses. It's a really big structure. Well, it stores it in a bunch of bits. All the buttons are in one big 32-bit integer, I guess. Right, so let's look at the sample code. Let's see what is done. So it reads it in. Decode scan code. Interesting. What does that do? Right, so it's called the make code. That is the scan code apparently. And then this is the conversion function by the looks of it. What is this E0, E1? Nasrid, how you doing? Hey there, Tess. Sorry, Tethys. Yeah, hey there, Tethys. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I'm not doing bad. Not doing bad. Just came back from the parents. Pretty warm. I just took the baby around there. Had a roast dinner. Yeah, been pretty chill. Just been relaxing and looking after the baby, that sort of thing. Um, but yeah, how's things going with you? How are you doing? Good, nice. Hey there, Mr. Queenie Cat. Welcome back. How you doing? Good morning. It's very late afternoon here. It's approaching evening. Yeah, welcome. Oh, very warm day. Got both the windows open, so hopefully it should cool down. Programming is knitting, eh? Yeah, kind of is, right? And if you're doing web programming, it's taping. You're just taping stuff together and hoping it will fall apart. This dependency over here, over here, and just ship it. I wonder why this is done. And then first part of pause, first part of print screen scan code. Oh my days. Right, so it's to get some extra keys. Ooh, oh boy. I was hoping this just to be a lookup table, but it's quite a big lookup table if you've got the e's on the highs, but maybe you can break it into a couple of parts. Um, Keyboard scan code, interesting. Right, so, I thought raw input had its own. Right, so I think we can make a lookup table. I don't think it's going to be too hard. It'd be quite easy to do that. Just gotta have these if statements and do like another lookup table. Maybe for these, we'll see. Print screen. Yeah, I'm not sure I have a print screen on this keyboard, but I have one on a different keyboard in front of me. Weird. Right, so we're gonna go and look at that. Right, take care, Tethys. See you soon. It's from a book I recently read. The author likened it to knitting as a hobby. He called it knitting, um, as a hobby. Sometimes no mental space, sometimes technical. Produces something at the end. Okay. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. I guess the problem is I've never knitted, so I don't know. But I think that does make sense, right? Sounds like it makes sense. We should look at the MSDN docs for this raw keyboard thing, because you would have thought they would declare the key code, the scan code, but they call it a make code. See the remarks. Oh. Key is down, key is up. Scan code has the E1 prefix as the E1 prefix. Right, so I guess that's extended 0 and extended 1, maybe. That's just a guess. The legacy virtual key code, but yeah, we'll change someone else now. But I wonder, because I remember seeing they have this map, like Win32 map key code or something. Virtual key. Or scan code key. And depending on the type. But I don't know if you can use this with raw input, you see. Maybe you can. Just realized I could employ the with data make code, thanks. Okay, so apparently according to this comment you can. That'd be cool. But I wonder what that scan code is. Hey Temporis, how you doing? Win32 API runs away. Run away, that's Arch by the way. Incredible. Yeah, no, we're just in here just to port over the input layer. But yeah, we've done the mouse and the actual plugging in of input devices. So gamepad plugs in now. We can sense plugging in and disconnecting it, but we don't do the input just yet. We've got the mouse input working and the keyboard is what we're working on today. But yeah, I'm hoping for like 2 more streams and then we can get off of Windows again and go back to the lovely Arch Linux, you know, and go and do some UI or something. Do some 2D rendering, you know. That'd be a bit of fun, wouldn't it? Good old 2D rendering. We'll start there because I've made this like really awesome API for the GPU API where it's just compute shaders only. You can create buffers and textures, and you can copy data to and from the CPU and GPU, that sort of thing. And then you can dispatch some compute shaders. And so I want to do some graphics soon, so I think we'll just do some 2D graphics for the UI, and then we'll get making a little custom UI thing. Be proper sweet. But yeah, I have to pull this to Windows first though. How's things going with you, Temporis? How you been? So fetch the current key code. See, that one's not. Yeah, so we're gonna use like the make key because that's the scan code. Right. So I wonder where the scan code enum comes from. Like, because there's that VK side of things, right? VK, it's not Vulkan, right? What is that? 1B, it's not the same. Virtual keys. So I wonder where the scan code comes from because what the sample code we're looking at has its own enum declared for them. So I just want to know where that comes from, really. Just trying to figure out. So we can use that map virtual key A function. That's good. We'll look into that in a bit. Raw input keyboard scan code. I want to know where that scan code table comes from. WM. No, that's not it. Okay, so here's an enum. All right, from download scan codes. Aha. Yeah, we're gonna go the other way around. Oh my days. Yeah, good. I got recruited into gardening earlier, so I'm not looking forward to muscle complaints. Tomorrow. Nice. Yeah, it's good doing a bit of gardening though. Alright, someone destroyed that domain apparently. You know, whenever you have, it's good to keep fit, using your body, using those muscles, instead of sitting in a chair all day. Oh, it's a dock. I don't even have any whatevers. But yeah, so apparently this comes from there. And then pauses all the way up there. So there's these E guys here, right? So okay, let's nick this thing. And here's what we're gonna do. We'll do a couple of lookup tables. So I'm gonna have to double check actually. On Linux, we've got some evdev lookup tables. We map evdev, which is the subsystem on the wait a minute. Where are we going? evdev. Yeah, here we go. So as function, we've got this evdev key code to our key code. So when we get an event from X11, or when we read it directly from an evdev event descriptor, we'll get the key code and we can translate that into our own key code. And that's what we want to be able to do with the Windows one, is we'll have this nice lookup table, right? That's what we're going to do. We're going to make something like this. We might have to make a few of them. Let's get busy. So we want to go ahead and probably just put them here, something like that. So it's OS Windows. Keyboard. Scan code. It's not really scan code to key code. It's like Win32 scan code to our key code. So key code for us means scan code, and we have virtual key code for like something that respects the keyboard layout. That should be fun. Let me say extern for that. After the input stuff, there won't be any more platform specific code, right? Pretty much. We are going to be doing hot code reloading, so we'll have to do maybe watch a file for changing. So we might have to do like a timestamp API, which is like that, or a way to like basically just check a timestamp and see if a file's changed. So it'd be very minimal. But yeah, there's no big subsystems like this anymore before we end up doing our graphics R&D or prototyping. But after that, I don't know if there's anything really big after that really in it, besides really cleaning up the existing OS code and making it like good for a release maybe, because we've still got to do the gamepad stuff properly. But it's fine. It's fine for just PlayStation and Xbox controllers because that's all I can test. Yeah, it should be good. Tell me about climate change. I don't know. That makes software. I see. I see. Can't wait for the quadcopter with drawing tools. What? I'd rather not. That's where the AI research needs to. Also, gardener bot. Aha. I see now. Um, yeah, I'm really excited to do like the UI stuff though, because I've done it so many times now, and I just know how to do something dead simple. Be fun. Oh, so we can get some quick debug UI when we do our prototyping and everything. Just drop it in there. Right, so there's this enum. We could make an enum. Or we can do it. So all we have to do, take this, and then find an equivalent for R1. Bear in mind these E's, or these 0x E's, they're very high, so the lookup table will be extremely big. We don't want to do that. We'll break it into parts. So we'll have this lookup table and we'll have another one. So basically, if we can't find an equivalent, we're just gonna... Yeah, so if we cannot find an equivalent, we're simply going to just put a... say it's an invalid key. Basically, it's been pressed. So this one's escape. This be OS key code escape. Whatever our escape is. Then we've obviously got a bunch of 1s and 2s. So we should just take this. Go. Got a minus. Equals, I think we call it equals. Yeah. Backspace. Got a tab. Let's just do this right. Tab. Wait a minute. Why did I just do that? Because the next one is even easier. Right, just for some reason, keyboard Mac gives me PTSD. Oh, what's that? Have you just done it too much? Yeah, I'm doing bad, man. Also, welcome there, HQ. How you doing? Yeah, doing good. Like, just a bit warm. But yeah, excited to be, you know, I can see today we're not going to have too many issues with programming. It's just pretty simple to get this stuff done. And yeah, just excited to get, you know, to get this Windows subsystem finished, you know, for the OS side of things. But yeah, and move on to much better things. Because we've kind of spent quite a bit of time doing input code. I forgot when the first stream was, but you know, let's go to the VOD channel. Quick plug. There's a VOD channel if you didn't know. And the VOD channel tells all. The VOD channel says, right, day 15, it's been 10 episodes. Right, for me it just feels long because I guess I've been doing it. Since we did research, maybe this hasn't been so bad actually. Streaming 10 episodes from knowing absolutely nothing about keyboard input and gamepads, and spending a whole ton of time learning UDev and EVDev. And then, yeah, and I got some help on the Windows side of things though. It's been good. So 10 streams so far ain't bad. Good. So fine. How you doing? Yeah, we need some wind. Need some wind. Right. I don't know. Do I call it bracket left? No. So I got to try and find that. So, and also, what do I mean? What do I mean by bracket left? Oh, like the square bracket, obviously, right? Because it's a scanned code, you see. Ain't brace. Oh, left bracket. All right. Right bracket. Enter. Do we call it enter or return? Nobody knows. Enter. Good. Right, so you should have left control. Wait a minute, have these been going in order? And have they skipped one? Because they've been hard-coded values, right? So we need to check that. Well, we'll check it after. Let's just get all of these in, and then we'll check to make sure they follow. CTRL. Right. Nickel that. I've also run out of Coke as well, so the only refreshing drink I have is H2O. So I could get a tea if I want a bit more like caffeine or something, but it's just gonna make me warmer. So pros and cons. Which ones do I want? Right, we're going places. Right, I think this is good. I think we can just go like that. Wait, why stop there? All of the way. Shoot. Did I go too far? Right, I'm glad that's fine. See, in Visual Studio, and I say it like I use this thing all the time because I kind of do at work. But in 2022, yeah, that's the one. They made it so that when you do this multiple cursor thing, and you skip a word, it can go out. Like they can be on a different column on every line. Like it took them till Visual Studio 2022. So now things are actually now this thing can actually be useful. Like before, it was just not useful. But yeah, like when I was programming at work, I used to have to come out of Visual Studio, well, open up Vim and do some real work, you know, when it came to doing stuff like this. Just, I do not know how people actually did some programming back, like, they probably had used Sublime Text, I guess, or just did it in a very painstaking way of manually doing it right. I do not know. It's just incredible. Yeah. Oh, they spelled period wrong. Yeah. Period. Good old period. Yeah, the word period is not the best one to have in your code, is it? Good morning, Sully. How's it going? Left shift. Left shirt. Oh yeah, the left shirt. Like you have a left and a right shirt. Right. I think I'll call it full stop because did I do that? What did I do? What? Yeah, full stop. Oh my days. This is inconsistent, but oh well. IntelliSense for the win. Um, numpad multiply. I think I'll call it like KP for keypad. Alt left. Nah, it's all about the alt right. Nah, left alt. Um, caps lock with an underscore, I guess. Oh yeah, what a guess. Numlock, scroll lock. Scroll lock with like 3 L's. Looks amazing. It says full stop. Buddy, it's a period. I know. But here in the UK, we call that a full stop. Just the word period sounds so weird. Yeah, color. Yeah, color. Yeah, and also we say stuff like, yeah, so like color in color, you know, favorite. Um, there's so many, right? And then you've also got like, rather than saying learned, we say learnt. You know, the T. I learnt. Wait, yeah. Rather than learned. You know, or there's many of those. Yeah. English. Oh yeah, the garage. Yeah, garage. Rather than garage. Yeah. Oh, that KP period. Oh yeah. Alt print screen. Is that even a thing? That's Alt plus print screen. I don't know if we have that, so that might be the right comment there. So I think here we want to just say like null, right? And if we want to handle that later, we can know exactly what that is. Bracket angle. So you mean less than? Wait, let's check some sample code that we got. Wait, where's that one? Search for those periods. None period. Mapping it to print screen. Right, sometimes it just gets mapped to print screen. Oh no, right. Okay. That's a good point. We could just map it to print screen. We'll do that. What else? Angle bracket. Huh. Okay, angle bracket was skipped for some reason. Bracket angle. I'm not sure what that one is. We'll put a null in there. Mhm. Huh. What's this OEM1 and all that jazz? I guess these ones all got skipped. Oh, the zoom key. I say I want a zoom key. Yeah, so I guess we can just skip all these. Just null them all out. Or jot them down though, just in case. Um, ooh. Right. So now what we want to do, they've got one lookup table. There's still two more, but they actually get a bit smaller. So remember, this lookup table is to translate the Win32 scan code to our key code, which is a scan code equivalent. So we've got one lookup table, but the next... Shoot. Do another numlock. Come on. Numlock or clear, okay. Right. So if we take a look at the scan code here, were used for special manufacture stuff as I recall. Ah, interesting. Yeah, those OEM keys. Hmm. But yeah, we've got these ones. These are, I guess, stand for like extended. I don't know. But yeah, they should be in a separate lookup table. So the first thing I want to check is like the ones I just copied in, are they linear? Do they fill in everything? Is there no gaps? Because we just treated it as if there were no gaps, which means they'll be off by one. So we've already failed at the start. This needs to be null. It's the null key. I assume it's the null key, right? Let's just say that. Escape. So basically looking for a linear key, right? A, B, C, D, E, F. Okay, then restart, right? 16. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Or E, F, rather. Cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And they seem pretty linear to me, right? We just want to double check, just in case. But we can always just test the code and see. We'll see it as well if there's a problem. 8. There's no 9 there. I don't know which one that is, but that's definitely got a hole. The hole is by the OEM one. We don't know what that is. 55 is missing. Oh, and 55 is missing. Good catch. Thank you. Oh wait, there was a comment here. Key between the left shift and the Z. Oh. Isn't that like an apostrophe then? Right, we gotta test this out. We can press it. We'll see if yeah, that should be maybe a I think I've got like apostrophe that I've not used. Oh, I have used it up there. We'll see. See how it is. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. They're missing 60 and 61. So where's zoom? I'm not sure what these are. 7A, B, C, D, E, F. 0, 1. Alright, we're missing 5 now. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that right? So OEM is, well, no, maybe it's 4, 7. Yeah, so that's 71, 72, 3, 4, 5, 6. Fantastic. 7 missing an 8. 7 missing an 8. Convert is 9. Missing an A, which is like a 10. And we're good. The nulls anyway, but it's just good to. Excellent. So that's the first lookup table. We need another one. So we call it like the E0. So it seems yeah, they are useful, right? Because we haven't got the up down keys yet. So yeah, we haven't got the right control either, or the right shift, I believe. But yeah, we want to get. So it's interesting about print screen or break. They're like a 2 sequence thing. 2A. Wait, where's the 2A? So we've got to do is the 2A completely ignored that? Yeah, yeah, there's no 2A. Hey there, good to how you doing? Yeah, I think they're gonna do good, man. Yeah, I think they're doing pretty good. Just doing some raw input. We're gonna have to do massive special cases for one key press. Yeah, yeah, for like two of them. For break. Wait a minute. It might, yeah. I think it's just for print screen. I think it is for print screen, which is crazy. It's like a multi-sequence thing. Bit bananas. But yeah, luckily we can break the table up though. But yeah, hella weird. So I have to put a comment by that maybe. Oh, these are, you know, an SOB. Oh yeah, no, it's just a couple of tables. Pause is a special one as well. Okay, it's two then. Awesome, good to hear, Egotist. Yeah. So just doing some more of that Windows programming, you know. But you know, things are looking great though. We in the past stream, we got like the ability to plug in gamepads, multiple keyboards, multiple mice, and get that all picked up, which is pretty decent. We're simply just what are we doing? Yeah, yeah, and then we did the raw input for the mouse. So the mouse fully works on Windows now. So just in the keyboard today. Yeah, I think it's going good. Wait, these spaces in my tab code, these should be illegal. In what sane mind will we use spaces? Eh. Much better. Alright, I feel like my storage space is being utilized correctly now. And that compilers be be happier parsing my code, eh? What's my day job? I work on the graphics team at Medium Molecule. So I do basically like well, graphics slash engine team. But I'm currently on a break because I've just had a baby, so I'll be going back in 2 weeks. I've had 3 weeks off so far. Just chilling, learning how to look after a baby. But got like 2 more weeks left of holiday, and then I'll be going back. But yeah, I've been there for like 2 years now. Yeah, 2 years, 1 month, something like that. Welcome to Sandra. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. So for this lookup table, I reckon what we can do. So first of all, move this comment around, and we've got to figure out what this thing actually does. But what I want to do is so first of all we'll just do this key code, uppercase, all that crap, and then I think we want to do something like that. And we're going to use the super lovely, right? This isn't in C++, right? Because C++ want to makes everyone's lives much harder. But in C, from C99, remember 1999 here, back when I was 4 years old, they introduced a feature called array designated initializers. So when you provide these guys, it sets the value basically in the array at that specific point. So this is just in hex, right? We could turn this into decimal. It's the same thing, right? So you can do it with enums, you can do it with constants, and every value that's not set is automatically initialized to 0, and that goes for something on the stack and for something in static memory as well, obviously. So yeah, it's pretty good. So obviously my 0 key code is null, right? So yeah, works out quite nicely. So we can still use this lookup table. So we just got to remember to take away 0xe, 0, 0, 0. from it, and we can use this lookup table, which would be pretty good. So media previous, I don't know what I called that. Do I did I delete that in the end? Because I was like, when am I ever going to need like to change the media? Like usually those are tied to the operating system anyway. Yeah, I think I deleted those. So we could just delete these. You know what, let's just do null. Numpad enter, so it's KP enter for keypad. Right control, right CTRL. Volume mute. Do we have a mute? We have a mute. Launch app 2. I don't know. We deleted all the media keys, so goodbye media. Volume down, volume up. Browser home. Yeah, I think we didn't do that one either. No. I mean, keypad divide. Right, so there's this. So it's the final set for the lookup table now. Just these guys here to do. Uppercase, please. We're going to grab this. We've got to remember that 0xe thing. Rightio, plop that in there. Right, print screen. Right alt. Keep pressing Control B. Arrow up. So I think we just call that up. Page up. Left, right on the arrow keys. Page down. Meta left. Yes, I think we did call it meta in the end. That'll do. To sleep. Sleep and wake. Did we do that anyway? I don't think we did. We didn't do all of these. Sweet. But we'll obviously keep them in the lookup table because. Alright. Voila. So. Here's the plan. We've kind of got 2 of these now. We'll call it like E 0xe000. Yeah. Fantastic. So now I've got these 2 lookup tables. We kind of want to have a function now, which kind of converts like a Windows keyboard Win32 scan code to key code. So that will check. Let's do some if statements and know which one to go lookup table to go into. So I forgot what it was. Where's that? The one a uint. A uint is will probably be fine. But yeah, it's this make. They use a u short. Yeah, we could do a. Probably a uint's fine. But let's do U32, screw it. So we'll say Win32 scan code. Fantastic. So we'll drop that at the bottom of the file. Oh, not quite the bottom. Somewhere here. And we just want to say, right, if Win32 scan code is less than yeah, so I want to say if it's less than 0xe 000, something like that. Then we want to use this lookup table. Remember, we don't want to go out of bounds, right? So we'll just we'll do another check, and we have got that printf thing to deal with as well. So we'll look into that. So we might have a special key code. We might return like some special. I'm not sure actually. We'll see. So this one wants to be return this, else Win32 scan code minus equal 0xe, right, and then use that lookup that lookup table. So we have to the bounds check, right? So the bounds check is simply going to be, can we get the array, like how many elements are in the array? And obviously if this goes out of bounds in any way, then we just return key code null. And we want to do the same thing down here. Okay. Right, so now we can use this function to translate from the keyboard event. And that should be pretty decent. What we can. So we've still got to deal with that printf thing, so we can investigate that. But I guess let's just plug in everything. So we read, so we're using raw input, right? And we read in the full sort of packet. And it gets you this sort of like, Amadeus. Here it is. It gets you this structure. The make code is the scan code. Key depression. Right, okay. And now there's also these flags involved. So we'll start simple and we'll make it more and more proper as we go. So the most simple thing is we basically get some OS key code. And we call our lovely function and we simply just pass in. This is a scan code. Win32 scan code. And we simply just pass in raw input data keyboard. Oh shoot. Keyboard dot make code. And then this thing will get passed into here. And then effectively, see, what did we do on the Linuxes, right? Did we, if it wasn't not a valid key, did we just not report it? But I think we did report it. So we've got this sort of like evdev key code. We've got this sort of map lookup table. All right, here's one of them, I think. Yeah, so we did. Yeah, we just return. Yeah, we give the event regardless. Yeah, I think the table is full. Is that right? Did I do a full table? Maybe not. Look at the evdev header. This is just some Go file, I guess, but I'm just doing it for quickness. Yeah, there is more. Technically, we could go out of bounds there. Not good. We should do a bounds check. There's so many more. I could have swore I had another function as well. Esim to key code. Yeah, we need to bounce check this. This is dumb. Um, wait, last key code. Yeah, so we bounce check it here. We cap it off, right? So this is safe. That's safe. This is not safe. So you just want to say like, you just want to basically do something like, if that is greater than or equal to or array count that. So I guess we do less than. And if not, just make it null. So we need to do the same thing again, I think, because this is for the raw. This is when we read evdev directly, so this is like equivalent of raw input in a way on Windows on the Linux is right. So this is it's when it's with X11. This gets the OS one. Right, so that's a good safety check there because we would have gone out of bounds and that would have just given you some random key. Depending on the memory rate, it would have been next to. It's not good. Cool. So I'm glad we fixed that. So I guess there's a good reason of why you port code, right? So after that, as we saw, there's a super lovely function called like OS event queue raw key changed. So with this one, we can call it on Linux, call it on Windows, and it'll just queue an event to say that key has been changed. Now we've got the input device already because like when we receive this input event, we get the device handle and we have a way to sort of map that. Wait, is it that? Oh no, yeah, we read in the data and then we it tells us the device and then we have a way to map that to our own input device that we can refer to. So we pass that in. It has been pressed. How do we get that? Well, as we saw, there's also some flags. And the flags can tell you whether it's been pressed or not, basically. But you gotta check the docs for that online, I think. Yeah, key make. Specifies a key code with a key press. Oh, right. Because key press makes it seem like key down, but I guess it just doesn't matter. Right, it's got this key make flag we can look for. So basically, like, oh, classic Windows. The make flag is 0, meaning basically you can't AND it. Right. So basically that's saying if the key is pressed. So, you know, key is down is like, yeah. So you have to do it with the key is pressed. So Boolean is pressed. No, that'll be fine. It converts to a bool. Easy. Nice. So we'll have to check that, but that's good. We got our key code. And then this function here, we'll do that. We'll convert the key code to a virtual key code depending on the format of the It'll convert it to a virtual key code that respects the layout of your keyboard. So for instance, mine is the combat keyboard layout, so it should convert it to one of those. Okay. So we still haven't got print screen working. We do really want to test it in just a second, but I've got some sample code here that I want to look at, and I want to see how the print screen is handled in this case. Oh, on the pause. Right. An interesting bug in ASimp. Ooh, what's that? Yeah, I don't know. I remember using ASimp when I was trying to learn 3D development, like back when I first started trying to make games. And yeah, big complicated piece of software. And it's much easier just to write a Blender plugin to export the vertices, right, into your own custom format. But I guess you can use ASimp as part of like a build pipeline as well. What's the error? What have you done? What's the bug about it? Oh, it's not equal. Yeah, there is a bug. Yeah, that's what happens when you try and use operator overloading, right? Stuff's gonna go wrong. That's why it's bad. It's bad. Nah. Yeah. Right, so looking at this sample code, checks to see if that is pressed, then they put that on there. Right. Then they put it on there. Interesting. So it's not automatically applied. Scan code has the E0 prefix. But does it really? So I guess it doesn't if you don't, because buttocks things it's been explicitly put on here. E100. Did we come across any of those E100s in this? So that's for that pause thing, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Right. We can do an if statement for that and avoid the lookup table. Because it's just pointless, right? We go back to the sample code. So I think we'll need this then. Handle unexpected scan codes. If it's great, I see now, I see now. So it shouldn't be bigger than like a byte. Really. Fair play. Yeah, we just do a null anyway. So what we need to do with this scan code is we need to basically all those bits on it, because we expect it to be bigger, right? Then those one of those special keys. Alright, switch this around, do the switcheroo. So it's like this. Oh, didn't quite get the whole thing. Wait, all that. Nice. So that's decent. Right, I'm glad we found that because I guess we would have found that out if we tested it. But yeah, it's good to know. Now there's this special handling for the pause key and the printf key, right? So I guess it's just ignored. Right. Oh, I'm glad for these comments. Anyway, right. So I guess let's start with the pause because it's the most apparent. The pause comes in two parts. It's like this, and then so in our Windows, it comes in two parts, right? Piece of work. So it is so bad. Right, so in our local sort of like input device, have we got it available? We haven't got it. All right. So we'll go and get it. So lovely. So OS input device star input device. Right. And then we use this OS input device get. I'm gonna that. I think that's no. Yeah. All right. It didn't pick it up. Right. So then it goes there. So get the input device, and now we need to get the special Windows input device. Call it backend. So it's like Windows input device, and then we pass in the front end input device. That gets it. Good. So in here we want to store a boolean, and the boolean is just going to be like, so found E1, like that. Right, used for pause key. In two key events. As it can only be recognized why is this spelling wrong? Is that right? Recognized, right. Why did I put an extra N in there? I don't know. Recognized with two events. Like that. Defaults to 0. So if the is equal to that special 0xe11 what it was now. 11D. I don't know, I think compiler should defect that. Possibly, yeah. I was telling myself I'm gonna go back to C, but somehow I never do. What sort of language is programming in there, Mike? Like the machine. Are you in the CPPs? Oh, but yeah. Just hit true and then we just do an early break. Something like that. So I guess we put the comment in here as well. Oh, come on. So the other thing is like else if. So what's happened here in this sample code? So I imagine here you want to also ignore it. Yeah, else if this is an early break. Um, so this be set to false, and then you want to say if that Win32 scan code is equal to 0x45, then it's the pause key. OS key code. Was it pause? Mm-hmm. Just so funky. Right, there's a few more silly buggers. So there's the pause key. First part of print, and then there's a print screen, right? So there's a print screen to say if no shift or control keys are pressed. Okay. AA generated an addition of insert delete home and when the numlock is on or numlock is off. Right, so maybe we want to avoid some of these. Ah, here's the key. Oh, we could have just clicked on this page and found some of them. Nice. Well, I'm glad we didn't type this out manually. Maybe pre-built it, you know. Maybe we could find some that we've missed, but no, there's holes in things. Maybe yeah, there's holes. Anyway, hey, it's all fun. Yeah, start doing. Switch to the C's. Switch to the C's exactly. Do it. Like the Nike logo, you know. Just do it, man. It's a simple life. You know, you just don't have to think all about that operator overloading. Oh, is my not equals correct? Hey there, Wajilla. How you been? How's things going? Man, I think I need a tea to wake me up. Oh, tea to wake me up. It's so warm. Working on assembly optimizer in C. Ooh. So you're optimizing reading in assembly, then optimizing it. Pretty cool. Yeah, I remember thinking about that when like a good while back. I was like, can can you have a type of optimizer where you read an assembly and then output a more optimized program of it, but then also take it a step further? And I think Facebook did this, where you watch the program running and see how it runs, and then produce a better binary based on how the binary is running. That's pretty insane. Yeah, let's see that stdc out. Yeah. Ugh. Yeah, there's so much stuff that I don't even remember, to be honest. But it's so much more of a simple life. Back to see from those CPPs. I wonder where that information was got from, you know. That converts HID usages into scan codes. Oh. Oh, it's not. There's even a layer underneath. All the layers. Right, so I'm glad we got that one. So it seems like there's all these guys that you kind of just want to ignore. So what we kind of want to do is make a switch statement, right? Let's get that. Let's drop that in there. Now, this should be a bunch of break. Uh, wait. Yeah, they can do the Win32 scan code, and then want to do like, you know, if you make it after this thing, then you want to do an if statement to check to see if that is set there. Now, print screen comes in two parts. We can ignore the first part. When holding the key down, the prefix is not repeated. Right, so I think that's good enough to start testing out this keyboard now. Oh, so I might have to plug in my Corsair keyboard though. Yeah, we'll get that plugged. So I'm just using my Mac keyboard right now. But I need to test out print screen and all that jazz. Okay, so we've bumped up this bugger, which means we round it up to the nearest in line. So that'd be 24. All the padding. Clang spits out a bunch of unnecessary stuff. I also want human readable code, so is that optimized Clang or unoptimized Clang? Because unoptimized Clang is quite grim. Does a bunch of copying into from the stack, doesn't it? Let's try this one out. Rightio. So, last stream, we did something truly amazing. We made an alias. So what I can do, I can just say wlog, and then just write osinput.txt. It cds to the directory, opens up a log file, and we see the log here. So what we can do is go to the game, and you see it all updating. Isn't that wonderful? So if I press some keys on the keyboard, what we have is results. Good results. Now the virtual key code doesn't map, as you can see on the right hand side. So on the right hand side here, when I press a key, the virtual key code doesn't map, so we're gonna have to be fixing that. But it's only getting a bunch of Fs for some. Oh, I think my tail is too big. I think my tail's too big. I need to do like 15 or something. 6. No, no. Let's edit my alias. So it's like when I press a key, it's at the bottom. It's underneath the. Something weird's going on. Like it hasn't scrolled down enough or something like that. Right, let's try again. Much better. Okay, that's more responsive. Right. So, um, so I'm just going to write QWERTY. Right, that seems to work fine, which is good. Problem is I'm not using. You know what? Let's switch over to my other keyboard because that's. I've got the Comac keyboard layout here. Like I've completely switched up my keyboard on this one, but on my other one, I've just kept it in standard QWERTY. So I'll be able to see if the keys I'm pressing are actually the right ones. And I'll leave my Mac one plugged in as well so I can test out the Comac ones are right. Yes. Hey there, Mr. True. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Right, I found my USB. So unfortunately my Corsair keyboard takes 2 USB cables, so I've got to plug these guys in. Okay, is that plugged in now? Okay, so I actually not some cables. Right, so hopefully my webcam comes back. Oh wait, that's not the one. Get out of there with that one. Oh yeah, magic. Turn it on, off and on again. We want. Right, so now we've got all that sorted out. Oh, we crashed it for some reason. No idea. I think the minimize crashes on Windows. Maybe we can fix that at some point before we skedaddle out of here. So yeah. So if I press right, so I'm gonna write QWERTY. Nice, this all showing up. I do want to move this window to the left a bit. What is this? There's some incredible issues. You can't even drag the window. Oh wow. Something to do with the event handler. Right, we're not going to move anything. We'll deal with that in a bit. Right, so just going to type QWERTY out. Move this window a bit. Get rid of some stuff. That's the top row. So we've done QWERTY UI Pete, left bracket, right bracket, enter. Amazing. Going places. And in the next row, ASDFGH, ASDFGH. So that's key press, key release. Right, we're seeing good. JKL, semicolon, apostrophe, backslash. Right, okay. Null. Fantastic. So it is that key. So it really depends on the layout, you see. Where is the real backslash? Good afternoon, I'm even. Haha, exactly. It's evening now. It's past 5 o'clock. Yeah, how's it going, Eternal Divine Fox? How you doing? Welcome. So there's this guy. So 43, 45. So we did it. I remember that in the lookup table, right? It was called like bracket angle or something really weird like that. This is the one. I don't remember what that is. Right, it was 45 when it was something like that. Wait. Wait, what are these guys? Oh, these are the HID. Um, I'm also learning the graphics APIs when I learn OpenGL DirectX and maybe Vulkan. Nice. Ooh. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to recommend where people to start with these graphics APIs because the problem with OpenGL. Well, the good thing about OpenGL is it is easier, but the problem with it is it's older and doesn't really map to a proper GPU. And then Vulkan and DirectX, like, yeah. So I think your best place to start is probably DirectX 11 because that is kind of closer to what GPU is today. But then, even when you use Vulkan, it's not really kind of what like a GPU looks like because it's so abstract and spans across multiple different types of GPUs. But I've got good set of videos you should watch. Let me go onto my Twitter a sec, find it. Well, it's x.com now, isn't it? You know what? I can't even find it. I shared it on the. Yeah, it's on my Twitter. Let me search on YouTube. Mali GPU training. Yeah. So if you want to like learn how GPUs work, like this is a really good reference. Just follow it through. I think I don't know. up to about 2.6. The rest is like how to use their mobile tools, but it's a really good series to sort of see how GPUs work on that. Highly recommend those sets of vids. And that'll give you an understanding of like how the hardware works at least. But it won't really like, yeah, so maybe when you're doing some of the stuff at the high level, you can sort of have some mental model of what it could be doing under the hood. Because it's still quite high level. Right, I don't know where this thing came from. No, this isn't right. This is the HID usage one. This is not right. It goes from HID to some other scan code. This is the wrong one. The wrong docs. That's the wrong docs. Good. See, oh, scan one make column. Right. Oh, it's right here. Okay. Okay. So, what one was it again? So what's F11? Basically. F11 is 57, so we're looking for 56. D-pad dash. No. Yeah, non-US slash R. There's a non-US hash I've got. Um, have I got a slash already in here? Already got a slash. See, it's different on each keyboard. The one I'm talking about is the one next to the left shift. Key next to the left shift. I don't know what key was getting before. Right, because typically there's a key next to this shit. There's another one here, and that's the key I'm pressing and trying to see. So, but then there's also another one here as well. Oh man, is this the wrong one? This is the American one. Where's the fat enter key? Of the proper one. These tiny enter keys really are really annoying. What you want is one of these real keyboards. Like with a big enter key. You know? Big old enter key. That's what it is. You can't miss it. You just hit over in that direction. Hey, the Ransel, how you doing? ISO enter. Maybe is that what it's called? The ISO keyboard. Yeah, one of these ones, I think. Yeah, this is it. These big enter keys. Yeah, versus the ANSI one. Yeah, it's all about the only downside to the ISO one, like I prefer the ISO keyboard physically, but I prefer the US layout, right? Um, because the double quotes, the double quotes is up here, right? Whereas it's just so silly. Like as a programmer, at least, like you want the single quote and double quote on the same key. But other than that, I prefer it. It's got this big old enter key. It's amazing. Oh, I'm just doing the keyboard mapping, Ransel. But I'm trying to figure out what the names are for these keys. But I've got them now. So this one needs to be like the hash. This one needs to be like the backslash. Is that right? Yeah, hash and backslash. Then you went to a concert, then ate dinner with friends. Sweet. That's one. Well, you must have feeling like pretty content right now. It doesn't have any GM keycaps as far as I recall, which is savage. What is GMK caps? What does that mean? Um, right. So this one is like backslash, or is this like non-US backslash basically, isn't it? That's more like it. Non-US backslash. Is it, there is some nice keycaps, but they're like 75 plus. USD. Right. Did we use this one in Linux? Oh, I've pressed the key and buggered something up. Right. Linux. Where's the Linux map? I have to see what that does. Okay, so I think I got that right now. So I'm going to try that again. This time I'm going to press that key next to the enter. Non-US backslash. Oh, backslash. Right, it's the non-US hash key. Oh. Non-US hash backslash. Got it. ZXCVBNM, comma, full stop, forward slash. Right shift. Good. Right, this is looking really good. So now I just got to deal with check the all the keys around basically. So I'm going to press escape. That works. I'm going to press the F keys at the top. Right. F11 doesn't want to fire for some reason. Then I pressed F12 and then it buggered. I don't know why that was. Right, F11 fired. Then F12's like, I'm not going to work. So where even are we? Is there something like, why does F12 crash the program? Like it shouldn't do any. Like it's on when you have one thread, the main thread. We kind of find it to multi-thread the optimizer to optimize the optimizer. Hey there, Noisy. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Get to yeah, suffering with the keyboard stuff. Yeah, no, we're actually not doing bad. We've got most of the keys coming up and working now. But I just pressed the F12 key and it crashes my program for some reason. Is that a thing in Windows? Like you have to hand? I have no idea. Win32 F12. Could it be that Visual Studio catches? Yeah, it could be. It could be something to do with that, but it's not in focus. Came back from outside, chilling with Pepsi. Oh, man. I'm out of Pepsi, so all I got is the H2Os. But yeah, it's definitely nice and warm out today, isn't it? Went to the parents today. Had a roast and we sat outside for a bit with the baby. It was nice. And I had all the Pepsi over there, you see. There's no more Pepsi. So I guess the thing would be, let's run it outside of the so what is it? It's like build game. Yeah, I pressed the F12 key and it worked just fine. Do it again. So it's just something to do with Visual Studio. So I guess it's okay. Ship it, right? Right, let's keep going then. Print screen, that just worked. Just worked. Print screen just worked. I'm glad. Because that's a two-part sequence. And then pause worked as well. Good. I accidentally pressed the media key. I'm not handling media keys. Because why would you do that? Numlock works. Keypad divide, keypad multiply, keypad minus, keypad 789, keypad plus, keypad enter 456. 1, 2, 3, 0, full stop. On my Mac keyboard, I've got 13, F13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Fantastic. What else do I have left to test? Just the tab, caps lock, shift, control, Windows, Alt, Alt GR. Yep. Right. The application key. That's a really good key. I love that key. Like I think they remove it on some keyboards, but it's legendary. Like especially when you're like a keyboard person. The and the key I'm talking about is this one, the menu key. You know that context menu key where you can sort of like be focusing on an item. You press it and it opens up a right click menu, and you can sort of navigate with the keyboard. Pretty good key. Right. That's really good. So I think we've done that now. Um. Oh, super. Yeah, I just called it meta. It's just some from some other place. It's really difficult knowing what to call it because it's either if I call it super, it sort of like means I'm sort of a Unix fanboy, you know. And if I call it Win, then I'm a Win fanboy. So if you call it meta, it's kind of just a bit agnostic, isn't it? You know, it's a tough one. I forget I'm able to have Is that struct values? Meta equals Zuck fanboy. Damn it. You caught me. You caught me there, Sully. Oh, rightio. So this is good progress. We've got the raw keyboard working now. So what is left? Gamepad. But also the sort of the higher level mouse and keyboard stuff. Let's take a look at the OS header. I want to be out of Windows ASAP. I want to tick all these boys off. So we've done input connected, disconnected. We've done raw mouse move, button, wheel. We've not done touchpad because we're unable to get that working. Like, okay, the Windows driver for PlayStation 5 controller is not as good as the one on Linux. It only picks up as a gamepad. It doesn't pick up anything else. It doesn't pick up the touchpad. It doesn't pick. You need a different driver for it. It's really bad. Like, I think it's because Sony literally contribute to the kernel in Linux, but they don't do it for Win. I'm not sure what story's on the Windows one. It's really weird. Yeah, if you read Hedge, you can get everything, but then you're writing your own driver. But yeah, I think in the future, when we have a game and everything, I will come back and do that. The PS5, and then that way it'll be cross-platform, right? I'll be able to I'll be able to get the all the dual sense data, like these triggers working properly and everything. That'd be cool, wouldn't it? It's a really nice controller. All the bells and whistles it's got. You have it working. Oh yeah, very nice. Color key by its Euclidean coordinates. Okay, like 2D lookup. Right. Yeah, you can also take a look, see how SDL does it as well. I think they have a HID implementation, and they typically reference the kernel anyway when they do it. You have to see what the how the data looks through their C code. So we've done the key. We haven't done key input yet, and we haven't done our lookup table because right now you don't see the yeah, we actually haven't finished the keyboard yet. Let's finish that. We need to do the key code to virtual key code lookup table. So when we boot up Linux, we set that up. We go over all the. So we need to do a map from. So they have this like map function. We saw it right. That allows you to map a scan code to a VK. So that's the virtual key code. Does not distinguish the difference between left and right-handed keys. So I guess left control and right control. Um, oh, that that distinguishes between left and right-handed keys. That's the one we want to use. So, but the problem is then we need to do another lookup table to translate between VK keys. And I'm fed up with lookup tables, but maybe we'll have to do. Because we just done this lookup table, which translates a Win32 scan code to our key code. But we need to. So we have our own lookup tables in the OS subsystem. And it's called key code to virtual scan code. So we pass in our key code and we get back a virtual key code. I need to update when the layout changes. Yes, that is correct. I need to pick up that event as well. We do that on X11 actually. Yeah, so we just need to have a way where we can somehow pick up on the layout. So the way to do it will probably take a virtual scan code, turn it into a virtual key code. So we have to turn their key code in their virtual key code into our key code. All right, let's take a look at it. So it's got like VK. I guess let's go to that one. And it's not Vulkan, it's the virtual key code. So we have to make a lookup table for this basically. Right, standard set, then there's a gamepad set, there's a left shift, right shift. There's not too many, hopefully. Yeah, right. Yeah, I reckon we can do that. And then we turn this guy into our key code. Alright, this is possible. So let's sort that one out. So let's write the code first. On Linux, we call it like update keyboard map or something like that. We'll do the same thing. Keyboard map update. So in Windows, drop this one in here. So how are we going to do this one? So we need to go over all of the Windows scan codes. Bear in mind the print screen, I don't know how it's going to do it. Is a scan code to specify? Wait, to handle the keyboard layout to use. What's that? Right, so you can target a specific keyboard layout. But yeah, we just want to use the default one, I guess. So we basically want to go over all of the scan codes. So I think you can go over it from like scan code 0 to that, I think should be safe. So you want to map scan code with this one here, so it does distinguish the difference between the left and right keys. Then that'll get you your VK, your virtual key code. Win32 key code. And then we've got to map that. So stuff like VK left or something like that. Right. So right, so we'll take all of these. The I hope print screen works in this. But maybe or pause maybe. Yeah, I don't know if they'll show up. I don't know if they'll show up. We'll see. Give it a go. There's like gamepad stuff in here as well. It's a bit weird. Rightio. So we need a new lookup table. How might one achieve this? So this is going to be a... Where's the internal? Right, so we kind of want something like this. Just drop that in there. We'll just do a... We're not going to... we'll probably use the array initializers. So it'll be done a lot quicker. And we won't have all these keys anyway. Oh, we'll just delete one. Cool. Yeah, there's going to be holes. Skip the holes. Sure, we'll keep those. Okay, so here's our... We've just put them here, but we're going to like turn it into a lovely lookup table. So what the lookup table is we're converting a Win32 key code to our key code. So our key code is the same enum. There's no different enum between a scan code and a physical key and a virtual key. We just have the same one. Makes it easier that way. Cool. Right, let's drop that in there. Okay, so now we're gonna do that multi-line edit crap. So we're just gonna go all the way down. This feature came in Visual Studio 2022. Absolutely insane. Took them so long, but they got it. So you can edit every line on different columns. You don't have to go to a different text editor. Right. So the idea is we delete those spaces at the beginning if there's any. And so, wait, why am I taking those? I can do that. I'm not a fan of the way it jumps. Maybe we can clean that up. Hmm. That's not right. I'm trying to see if there's a way that we can jump to the end of the word. It doesn't seem like there is. Switch the usage of insert pointer here. Funniest one I've ever gotten. Huh. What error did you get that from? See, I could put those names in there, but then it's proven difficult to text edit in there. So you know, I'm just gonna delete them. Kind of less readable, but oh well, sort it out now. Wait, I might be able to do something. Eh. Ah, screw it, let's keep them in. Right, so the idea is we need to repeat those and then change them to basically OS. Oh, is the quote keyword layout? There we go. OS. Good. Right, so some of these aren't obviously going to exist. Then we call that. There we go. So bit buggered right now. So what I want to do is search for this, and maybe we can just, yeah. So it's only in here. So what we can do is we can just do basically like, just going to delete the space basically. Guess that's the only way of doing it, but fair play. There's just so many. Keep going. Nearly there. Zero. Finally. Okay. So have we got the same sort of problem with the commas? Is there any other commas with a space that comes before it? No, just all those. So we'll do the same trick again. Right, let's just keep spamming that. Cool. Right. So now it's got to sort all these key code names, make sure they're correct. I don't know what L button is. I guess that is mouse, right? But wouldn't have that. M button and back. I believe that's all on the mouse. You see. Cool. Tab, clear, return. That is enter. Shift. So I believe there's like an L shift. Yeah, so you shouldn't really be getting that shift, but by default, I guess we'll just say left shift. I'll say left control. But I doubt you really hit those because we're doing that special thing, right? Capital. What is a capital key? I have no idea. We're just going to null that. It's not all of that. That's all the language keys, basically. The convert key, non-convert, I have no idea what these are. Next. So I get, oh yeah, the back and the next, that's for the mouse, I believe. Print screen. Don't know what snapshot is, but we'll null that just in case. Lwin. Sure, that one is left meta. Right meta. Application. Maybe not. These ones, that's a null. We'll see if we've got this thing right when we test it out quite easily. Multiply. Is that... That must be keypad. I think that's keypad. Because just looking at these, I think that come from the keypad. Alright, those all plus, isn't it? Nice one. Right, so navigation, view menu up, down. Have we got any like arrow key up, down, left, rights? We don't. So I assume they're part of that navigation thing. The navigation view and menu. So that like an app's key. Yeah, so menu might be that application key. I think. So that apps key is probably wrong. Let's put null on that one. So view, I don't know, we'll put null on that one as well. But yeah. So these guys are probably just the arrow keys, right? And I don't know what accept and cancel are, so we're just gonna null those out. Numlock, scroll lock, OEM keys. Ignore those. Left shift, right shift. Left control, right control, CTRL. Left menu and right menu. I don't know what those are. Because we had the meta keys earlier, right? Oh, window, right window, yeah. Right, browser back and all this crap, that's all non-existent. Mute. Wait, I've got volume down, volume up, and mute, but maybe I should have prefixed it with volume. Anyway, maybe I don't really need those keys anyway. Right, let's null these guys out. Null all these guys out as well. Right shoulder, yeah, it's just more stuff needs to null out. There's another menu. Oh, it's gamepad menu. Yeah, we'll null that out. I wonder whether the gamepad uses this for raw input. It might do. Maybe it doesn't though. If it does, we can we'll have a separate lookup table for that. Anyway, right, a bunch of random keys that I don't think we actually have. None of these guys either. Right, so I think that's our lookup table done now. You get this error a lot. Weird. But how do you get that error? What things are you doing to get that error? I've never seen it. Right, so now when we got that sort of map something, I forgot what it's called now. Oh, there it is. Map virtual key A. So the thing we're going to be doing is saying, right, if Win32 key code is less than, so we do a bounce check into that lovely lookup table. We can then say, hey, key code is equal to this Win32 key code. If not, it's just going to be equal to well, really you can just define it here, and you can also just make extended things like well, no. And then we need to fill in the array, right? Because we're remapping a good, no, good. So go to the other implementation that was done in the past. Oh wait, I didn't do the key code one. Let's just forward declare that array. In the past, map update. So what do we do? Oh. So by default, we first map. We reset the key codes to map directly to the virtual key codes. And then we go over all the scan codes, see what they map to. Turn the Win32 scan code into the Win32 key code. And then if key code is not equal to OS key code null, we're then going to insert that into the table, basically. Double check, see what we've done in the past. Wait a minute. We need to turn this scan code into our key code, and this be a virtual key code. Right, virt key code. Yes, this is virt key code. Then we have key code. So there's a function that we call to get that. That's the one defined directly above us here. That should just be yeah, I think this is going to be inefficient though for a few keys, so we might have to figure out how we're going to handle those. They must be handled specifically outside this loop. So it's as if we want to say if the key code, yeah, so this check needs to go here. If it's equal to null, we just hit continue, right, to the next one. But then if we have a scan code, we try and map that into something. If it doesn't map into anything, we map it back to itself probably. So I want to say, hey, if yeah, so we just leave it alone. So you probably just want to say, if this has something, then you probably want to do something like this, right? Oh my days, my table's been wrong the whole time. Let's correct that. Vert key code equal key code, yeah. Virtual key code. Right. So we've got to plug this in two places. One when we boot up the backend. So backend initialize. So we can do that like somewhere down here. And the other place we want to do it is when the keyboard mapping changes. So when 32 keyboard layout change event. Post it to the window with the focus when the user chooses a new language. The window with the focus. Send to the topmost affected window. Which passes the message to all first level child windows. Yeah, so that's good. We want this one. This is the one we want. So we also want to do it in the event loop. So R&D rock. So just put it in somewhere at the bottom or whatever, you know. Very rare. So if we have this case, update our keyboard map. So that'll just be OS Windows keyboard map update. You probably want to go to default, I imagine. Well, no, we don't want to pass it any lower. So, do not pass the events down to any child windows. Like cool. So let's take this for a spin. Oh. KP minus. Missing something else, I imagine. Oh, what is all this? Wait, these overlap? Oh, these 15, 15, 15. Right. No worries. Great. 19. 19. Alright, let's keep that going. It's another one. And then, oh, there's an external initializer. That's great. That's fine. So why don't you remove the null ones and let the initializer 0 then? Yeah, I could do that. Pretty good point. Uh, so I kept them there just in case I'd ever want them in the future. I think that was it. It's just more for documentation purposes on what could be there. And I guess if anyone was looking at the code, they could tell. Well, something like that. I guess it would compile faster, right? But it's good. It's left in there for documentation, I think. Be a good idea. Right. So now I want to do. Now, if you take a look here, oh my days. Yeah, I have a question. No, no idea. So I remember you saying on the Discord that when I do my event pump system, I shouldn't pass in a window handle or something. So, peak message. So what you're saying is I shouldn't pass this in here. What should I do? Like a null handle, and also, wait, handle null, isn't it? Is that right? Or it's like a -1 or something? Null, and it will pump messages for all windows owned by the thread. Okay, fair play. Yeah, I'm not gonna have any child windows, but I guess. Yeah, that's kind of the behavior you want though, because that's the way Max 11.1 works anyway. Yeah, it's good. Turn of back again. Needed some coffee. Excellent. Just in time. We've done a second lookup table to do the keyboard layout maps for the key code for the keyboard. So just testing that all out now. Hopefully, gonna be finishing up on that keyboard very soon. Even if you supply the HWM filtering, so doing quick switch, right? Oh, that's good then. That's really good. Right, I'm pressing keys and it's not the virtual key code is just the same. And we're on the Cormac keyboard layout. So yeah, it's not doing what we want. Hmm. Hmm. What is that? So we've got this wonderful debugger here, so we can just test it out, you know? You know. So it goes in here. Good to know. And eventually you land in there. You do a thing. Do a thing. Oh yeah. Great. Do that in the watch window. Maybe cast it to an enum that and be able to view it. Uh, right, so in the watch window, we're going to cast into an enum OS key code. If that works, key code. Unspecified error has occurred. Amazing. That didn't work. What am I making? Well, we're just working on the platform abstraction. So we've got keyboards, mice, and gamepads working on a different operating system, and we point it to Windows. So that's what we're currently doing. We're going to be making a game at some point, but we're just writing the engine part of this game without an engine. Um, we're just wrapping up on it basically, doing input. And we're doing the full shebang, getting gamepads, multiple keyboards, multiple mice, all working um, without any libraries other than the operating system. Also, did you fix the only one raw H&D per process? I don't know if I did. Where does one fix that? I don't remember. How do you find motivation to do these things? Well, yeah, it's just hunger for knowledge, yeah, that sort of stuff, you know. Like ever since I was a kid, I just always like, you know, want to know how stuff works. So I just basically keep, you know, asking that question, why? You know, that 3-year-old kid that just goes, why? Why? Just like that, you know, constantly. Oh, why is that? And just 'cause it's fun. Um, but yeah, it's cool because you get to learn how things work and keep your application very minimal and not depend on other people's stuff. Obviously, you have to depend on the operating system at the end of the day to get stuff done, but you get to choose when you have to depend on the operating system, when you just plain don't. Um, and you can minimize all these dependencies, which you basically don't need, and just write software. Only one window can be registered for raw input messages. If you decide to have, for example, 2 OS windows for testing multiplayer, you cannot register raw input for the other window. Oh, that one. Right. So what you're saying is don't put that in with the open window code. You put that. Okay, what did we do? Ah, I put it after the window open code. Excellent. But I'll drop a comment in. Yes. Um, warning. Do not. Wait. Yeah, I could go into the future where I have multiple windows, but yeah, we're just gonna presume we're not gonna do that. Is to have an MSG only window for the raw input, right? So you can open up another window but not show it or something. That makes sense. Yes, you open that before the other windows. That's a good idea. Uh, warning: do not put this in the window open. Raw input, Win32, raw input can only be registered to a single window. Um, we just use the main window since our application only has one window. In the future, if we need, there's no one in this, right? It's all about needing it. And hopefully I need this multi-gamepad stuff. But anyway, uh, if we need multiple windows, um, we should create a sort of dummy window that is hidden to receive all the raw input events. That way, because that way you can basically close the window, like every window, right? That way you can close every window. You can close the original window and not lose the raw input events. Like that. Good idea. Thank you for that. Been thinking ahead, but have you thought anything about how you're gonna do audio? Um, I know nothing about audio, so it's something I'm going to choose to ignore. And an audio person right now is probably cringing, just like, but the gameplay needs to have audio thought about it. And it's just not my strong suit, so I'm just going to ignore it. I need to figure out the game. But you know, it might be a bit of fun doing, it might be a bit of fun doing audio programming and doing that at some point. But yeah. Like, it is literally like, basically, I'm a better web programmer than I am an audio programmer right now. And that's saying something. Um, but yeah. Yeah, I think if I had a game, I think if I had a game prototype, right? If I had one, and we want it, we probably might want to like try and put some sounds in, right? But this ain't my bank card. It's my Wi-Fi details. I can log onto my Wi-Fi. Um, I used to be able to remember these, but now they're just so complicated you can't. And guys, my yeah. Um, yeah, it might be a good idea to do it after we've prototyped something. I, from what I remember seeing, that doing audio programming is quite simple, but the complication comes from when you want to blend, like mix things together. Apparently, um, and there's some bugs if you like overflow the audio buffer or don't supply it with enough stuff at a frequent rate as well. So it seems like it'd be quite fun. Yeah, you can change the password on the router. You can, but that's effort. Default is king. What game are we thinking of doing? I don't know yet. I've got some sort of things that I would like to do, but the problem is like if I think about a game and it's like right, that's the one we're doing. By the time I get to actually doing it, after doing all the engine stuff which we've been doing, my mind would change because or my thinking of it been would have deteriorated to the point where there's just like so the idea is like I want to get to the point where I can actually prototype it and make it more like real, and then that's the game I'm making, you know. But we'll do some research before. So whenever we've done our graphics R&D, found the art style, we're going to do a bunch of prototyping, and we'll have the engine all together and all the ways to do quick graphics and all sorts of things. Um, that I mean that prototyping should be a lot easier to do. It is. I started to do HRTF processing with FFTs. Fun stuff. I have no idea what that means. There's too many acronyms. Literally too many. That was not an intentional play on words. Oh my days. That describes the spectral characteristics of sound measured at the tympanic membrane when the source of the sound is in three-dimensional space. Whoa. Oh wow, crazy. So yeah, you're mixing it based on the position. This is just such a great drawing. That's cool. But yeah, all that mixing stuff. I'm sure it will be I'm sure it will be fun. I just need to figure it out. But also I was thinking like maybe you can create the audio. There'll be a way to create the audio in the game or something. Just you know, or maybe I'll probably start off with some basic sounds that you download from the internet. But when to actually polish and finish the game off, maybe make all the sounds ourselves somehow. But yeah, I'm not a sound guy. Honest question. With no ill intention, how many of the Visual Studio extensions features have you disabled? I don't know what you mean by that, but I basically just neutered the crap out of the project settings and just I basically call a shell script. Yeah, I've changed it to configuration makefile, and then I've told it that the command it needs to run is the game.exe, and then I've told it that my batch file builds. So I don't use the default MS build or Ninja or anything like that. I just call Clang once, single compilation unit, and just compile it, and it compiles like that. Because there isn't much to the code base right now, and if we need something more complicated, we can just build our own build system because that's not hard, right? But yeah. Fun facts about audio processing on computers is it's still quite more efficient and faster using fixed point instead of floating point. Fair. I did not know that. Do I have amount of timeline? Yeah, so I did a sort of estimate, basically. A really rough estimate. So after this input stuff, I'm gonna find see what I've got. I hate having so many tabs open. I can basically close all of these. So we're on 25 now, right? So I'm hoping to have the input done maybe in like few more, like hopefully by next stream we're done with Windows. Hopefully. But if you take a look at this discussion I had yesterday. So after that we're working on a custom UI and a 2D renderer. So maybe that's about 10 episodes. This is really ballpark stuff. 5 episodes on hot code reloading for CPU and GPU. So CPU code and GPU shader code. And then we're doing some graphics R&D. And then after that it is so that's 15 episodes for graphics R&D because this is where we're trying to find the look and the feel for the game and really test out some compute shader only graphics, right? Do something a little bit non-traditional, and find something unique because in today's world people just for the most part just copy. They want to try and do something different. um Not saying that I haven't, I'm not inspired by other people's work at all. Like this is not completely unique because that's like impossible. But yeah, try and do something a little bit untraditional. So we're going to spend like probably 15 episodes. We'll probably be building a few different ways of doing things and just testing them out and see how they go and see where the pros and cons are. So then we can actually decide on one, or maybe we don't decide on one just yet, and we spend some episodes like we'll be spending some episodes like doing some R&D on what game we want to build, and then we can take into account those 2 or 3 different versions of the renderer that we've built and just be like, okay, we'll go with this one because we want this game. Um, but yeah, so around episode maybe 60, we'll be doing the deciding on what game we want to make. Uh, HRTF is basically you filter that simulates the frequencies response of your ears, tricking your brain, thinking it's coming from face instead of headphones. Incredible. That's pretty cool. I did not know that's the sort of engineering that goes on. That's sweet. It supports vertical tabs now. Oh, okay. But surely you want horizontal tabs, right? Because you're going to get more space. Sweet. Right, so what are we doing now? So yeah, we're trying to figure out like why it no work. We got the keyboard map, but it no work. Have I got a string representation of these? Pretty sure I have. Gimme, gimme, gimme. I've got a string representation of these, right? Because I can just chuck that into the... Oh yeah, no, of course I do. Of course I do. That means when we do our keyboard map, I can use the watch window. Chuck it in there and away we go. So basically what we want to do is just plop that there. And open up the watch window. And we're just gonna... So there's a thing. There's a lookup table. Key code strings. Get that. And we should just be able to do a super lovely array lookup. Unrecognized token. Great. Beautiful. Do another one. And this will be virtual key code. And it tells us the answer. So it's saying that the right bracket maps to escape, which is clearly wrong. So something is fishy. So it's saying that the virtual key code that we get back. Right, so the key code that we get back. That's wrong. Right, so let's get this scan code. That's scan code to key code. Right, so that's the first wrong one. Let's see if there's anything else that's wrong. Right, so escape maps to escape. Amazing. So I think we might got it right now. Let's go through a few of them. Ooh. Keypad 4 is left. Something fishy there. That went through all of them? That's not right. Something else is a little wrong. So now you get your win. You win 32 key code. Win 32 key code if that's less than. Then you do the lookup. I wonder what the A key in that is like. So we might put the breakpoint here instead. Because I want to see, like, when you come across, like, the A key, for instance, what does that do? So we go to that lookup table. This one. Yeah, so, okay, we go to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let's see what it's doing there. And well, it doesn't work. The 1 is null. For some reason. 2, they're all null. Why is it null? That's 52, 53, 54. So in this table, why is that null? Because we missed some things. Right. No biggie. No biggie. Right, let's follow this header and see what we missed. So it's saying VK0 to 9 are exactly the same as ASCII 0 to 9. So, do you not have a VK9? Okay, it actually doesn't exist. Okay. So they're defined below help. Hey, REST compiler. Wanted to ask if you think glib object. I don't think they're good designs. I've not personally used them, but they just, OOP in general, if you're using it in a general case like they are, is bad. And I don't think that's anything too crazy. I don't think that's too much of a crazy statement, right? Why am I doing that? Such a jam. Right. So I was missing this. Gotcha. So missing the A, B's, C's, and D's. All those all the way down here. So these, according to the Windows header, is saying that the A are the same as the ASCIIs as well. Kinda cool. Kinda okay. I was doing some UI in my engines, and I figured you need some kind of runtime reflection system to cast between the widget types, so I don't know how to go about it. Yes, the thing about UI is it's very easy to overcomplicate it. It entirely comes down to who's going to be the user of it. Or if it's just you, aka a programmer, you can make the UI system very simple. Like, okay, a lot more simple. You don't need some markup language or some UI builder thing, right? So that's, thousands of lines of code gone. And then also there's a paradigm question. Do I go with OOP, or do I go with a different method where you have a general structure which can expand out to every single possible widget? Meaning, is this, am I doing, is this, and you can take two approaches to that. You can say, hey, if this is built specifically for this application, I can just make one structure that has every single feature in it. And we only turn on specific features depending on what the widget type is, or depending on what the widget is. So you keep it all the same size and everything like this. So you turn on different features of the widget, like scrolling or can it be clicked, that sort of stuff. Or another approach is you build something even more general, and you make it very an extensible single structure widget, and you have like properties that have like handlers and things. But then the code starts to get a little bit more messy because you're rather than making rather than having it in the UI system, you're sort of making it sort of allowed to be extended outside the UI system, and it could get quite. But yeah, I think those are all different approaches you can take. I don't like OOP. That's my personal take. I know people swear down it for UI for some reason, but whenever I see OOP for UI, it just doesn't. I don't know. It doesn't seem like a good fit for me. But yeah, it's personal preference. Just try, but remember, at the end of the day, a UI is just you're drawing a bunch of rectangles on the screen. You know, that's it. So try not to overcomplicate it too much. Right. Like you're drawing rectangles with a bunch of logic, and people really overcomplicate that logic part. I can't wait to do my UI thing. It's gonna be so simple, but it's also gonna be so specific, and it's gonna be great. You would have one widget strut that's dynamic data, and some that's static, and would just work with that. Yeah, yeah. So you can basically have like yeah, yeah. I'm not quite sure how to explain it anymore. But yeah, like a game, just a bunch of triangles. Jokes, I get it though. Yeah, just triangles. Don't overcomplicate. Just it's just at the end of the day, you're just drawing triangles on the screen, man. I don't know why you need a whole engine like Unreal. Just triangles, mate. But yeah, like it's so like if you take a look at like any of these major UI libraries that people use, they're just so complicated. And it's like, guys, you're just drawing 2D text on the screen with some logic on it. Experience in life is just electrical pulses in your brain. Yeah, but it feels good. Yeah. Right. It doing a thing. Oh, the backspace was null? Oh yeah, we got the keyboard map. Yeah. Fantastic. Right, let's take this for a spin. So if I were to bring up the log and then we start pressing the buttons. So I want to do the top row QWERTY, and remember it's Colmac, right? So it's going to be different. So on the right here, you see we have the key code on the left, which is like the physical keys. That's QWERTY. Wait, I didn't press the Y. Oh, right. Okay, there we go. And then on the Colmac, it's a bit different. It's Q, W, F, P, G, J. Fantastic. So it's working now. But obviously we haven't tested the whole thing, so we're going to do that. Top row, P. That P ain't right. That's a semicolon. Why you no work? Um, well, that's why I'm making my UI. I'm fed up with, yeah, giant UI libs. but it's starting to get a bit complicated and tedious. Right. Yeah. There's like one of the most annoying things is obviously the text layout stuff, right? Like basically it's when you like proper Unicode. That's one of the big ones. Proper Unicode. And then if you want to play video, like playing video isn't hard from a rendering perspective, right? You're just changing an image out every frame. But then like actually reading in a video file someone sends you, like yeah, fun. Um, but and then also as well, like I guess. Oh, I just dropped something on my crutch. Um, yeah, just testing out whether you and also like making sure that the widgets that you have are like actually decent to use, and the API is great as well. I can imagine. Like really polishing that off, because if it's a general library you want to use, you want to make sure that thing is like the way you want it before you go and build many applications in it. You know. Yeah, text layout, crazy. Just talking about UI, people might want to see Ryan Flores' blog. Yeah, I haven't read that one specifically, but I remember seeing his post on the Hammy Network Discord though, and those were really useful. But yeah, I think that does a yeah. Problem is like yeah, I've already sort of seen a lot of his thoughts on stuff. So I think when I started to try and read that blog, it was like a big wall of text, and I was like, I kind of know his thoughts anyway, so I just gave up. But maybe it's got some tidbits in there that I still need to look for. Um, so our backspace, no, our P key is bugged for some reason. The P key. So YOY is the P key wrong. So it should go to like a colon, semicolon key. So what's the problem? So you press the scan code. So you get your P key in scan code form. Then you convert that. Right. And then you like, right. So this is where I need to like do a thing where we just test it out. So what we're saying is like, hey, if this is equal to key code P, do that super lovely core breakpoint. Love this thing. So it's programmatic breakpoints, people. Isn't it beautiful? And here we go, we hit it. So now we can tell what's going on. So we got null. So clearly, I did a thing that was clearly wrong. 186. I thought the whole point of 186 was a or a BA. So it right. We need these then plus any country. Right. We'll get that one in. So that one needs to go to a colon. Wait, semicolon. Beautiful. Right, so that'll work. Well, we didn't need this one anymore. Get out of here. And I think backspace didn't want to work either. Yeah, so we'll just comment that out. We should really end. No, no, no. And 0 it. Because then I can just delete that instead. Right, so I'm testing now. I'm still testing the top row. I'm testing the P key. So I'm pressing the P key. Then that says P key is semicolon. Is a semicolon on my keyboard because Colmac puts a semicolon up there. Pretty good. So it gives you an extra letter on the home row. And then I'm going right of the P key, so that should be the brackets. Bracket left, bracket right, amazing. Enter key. That worked still. Right. So now I'm going to go down to the home row, which is the one in the middle, right? So starting with A, S. That maps to R on the Colmac. Good. S. Sorry, the D maps to an S. Good. The F maps to a T. That's good. G maps to a D. Nice. H maps to the H. J maps to an N. That's good. K maps to an E. L maps to an I. Semicolon maps to an O. See, that's the extra key you get in the home row of the Colmac keyboard layout. To get all the vowels there, you see. Then it's apostrophe, very good. Non-US hash stays the same, very nice. Now I'm going to go down again. Next to the shift, backslash, that's good. Z is the same, X is the same, C is the same, and V is the same, because that's the same on Colmac. So is B. N is K. M is also M. Very little change on that lower row. Actually, I didn't realize it was that similar. Just swaps K out with N. N with K rather. Comma, full stop, forward slash. Now here's where we try all the other stuff around it. So I want to try the very top row, escape, F1 and all of that. Oh no, it's going to crash in it. Gotta be careful. Right, tab, caps lock, left shift, left control. Yeah, this stuff's all going to be fine, right? Double check. Good. Page up, page down, delete. Yep. Up, down, left, right. Then all the keypad stuff now. Numlock. Oh, that one doesn't work. Oh, the equals sign on the keypad. Oh, those are a bit messed. You just giving me an up key there. Alright, we'll look into that. Yeah, but is that because numlock is on? I don't know what's going on there. Hey there, Nico, how you doing? How's things going with you? Right, so the first one I want to check out is like this key. I'm pressing the keypad equal sign. And it's not. Keypad. Hmm. Maybe not. Yes, that keypad equals not picking up for some reason. I don't know why that is. That's on the scan code ones. KP. Oh, we really didn't define that. Right, so we need to get the event when we actually press that button and see what number it throws at us, and we'll sort that in the lookup table. So, um, we need to be like around here, you see. Doing just fine. Just wasn't expecting Windows. Cringe here. And alright. I'm a converted person. Windows 11 is life. Yeah, I know. Wait, we'll get back one day. '89. Okay, that's the key we need to look at. But yeah, I'm hoping to spend like. See, after this stream, we've got the keyboard stuff sorted out. We've done all these lookup tables, and that's fine. So doing all after that is gamepad. So I'm hoping just to spend the rest of the stream on the keyboard mouse. So we only got one more stream for gamepad, and then we can get out of this OS layer stuff and I get back onto the real operating system. You know, not that FreeBSD stuff, not that Windows, but that Linux. You know, good old Linux. So 89 in the beautiful lookup table. Yeah, good luck finding that. So let's do some quick maths. So maths. No, maybe it was wrong. It's this one. Wait, what key was it doing again? Oh yeah, keypad equals. Must be that one. Try that out, shall we? See what we get. Good old Linux. I argue that FreeBSD is the good old thing. Yeah. Alright, fingers crossed on that one. KE equals. There we go. And then it landed on clear for some reason. That is not what we want. Right. A bit buggered. So like this keypad stuff is a little bit weird on the conversion on the lookup table we see. So we need to investigate that, and that should be the keyboard done. Like, why is my keypad when we turn it into a key code giving us the directional keys and the home key and all of that, which is a legitimate thing. If you don't have numlock on, right? If you turn on numlock or something like that, I forgot which way around it is now. We should fix that today if we get time. And minimize. And moving the window as well just crashes for some reason. I don't know when I did that. Free works, but yeah, the numlock. There's something about this numlock is just bananas. That's what it is. Need to look into that. Anyways, I'm just gonna go refill on the drinks. I'll be right back. Right, I'll be back in 2 seconds. Alright, welcome back everybody. I don't know, it's kind of getting dark, but it's still light in this room for me, so I've just gone and fetched. I made this seasoned some chicken. So I gone and got some one piece of chicken that I kind of cooked probably a bit too well, so we'll see how well this thing tastes. Just to keep my levels dead animal, exactly. Seasoned dead animal, you know? It's gorgeous. Das ist gut, Nico. Das ist gut. It is amazing. Wunderbar. Oh yeah. Wow, it's good. All of the seasoning. Right, what was the problem again? Keypad. Keypad key code conversion. It is being a bugger. So that's in our key map. And I need to test the key map. Map updated. So the problem is when we press something, when we run this func, we get our like. So let's say keypad divide. Wait, let's do keypad 8. Yes, when we do keypad 8, we want to kind of see the values and see like why is it giving us things. Here's our watch window. An idea from no idea. Amazing. So you need to supply E0 and E1 to the mapping function. Yeah, I was wondering that, like, because we print screen and pause, right? Wait a minute. Yeah, how do you do those with this one? Could you mask it on there, do you reckon, like you've done before? Is it? Shoot. Starting with Windows Vista. Oh yeah. Can contain to specify an extended scan code. Right. So do you call it twice or do you put it in the high bits? Oh, the high byte. High byte. I read it. Right. Amazing. Yeah. We need to do that. So remember, this is from your sample code. I have borrowed it. So yeah, it's only for pause and print screen, if I remember correctly. So we might only maybe. In addition of num. Okay. So I did that lookup table. If extended. Hmm. I didn't try the application key either, actually. Um, that's a good point. Right. So I think I might be able to handle it by literally doing it again for the extended set as well. Uh, apply. So I think we just want to basically go over some loops. Do something like this. Um, so I think we need to find it in the header file as well quickly. Um, so for this one, where's the lookup table? This one. So this one goes up to kind of 60, I guess. We kind of do ignore them. This one goes up to 6E, and then you want to scan code. So this would be 0x0, no, E0, 0, 0, E0. There you go. And then you want to do one more for that pause key, basically. But I don't know if the pause key has been. I don't know if we can really test that. Oh no, we'll be able to test it. Hmm. The problem with the pause key though. Yeah, I don't know if you'll be able to do that one. Because it comes in two parts. So I wonder what that would map to, really. We could try it. What did I just do? Did I just undo too much? Yeah, I think I just undid too much. E06 E E000. E11D. Try that. I'm just gonna switch the lights on quick. Hmm. I think I want to ignore this one just for now. Okay, so I'm kind of want to see like what does it give me? A null key code. Oh yeah, but I want it to go here. We can jump the cursor here, right? Maybe not. Oh, you can fit two in there if not mistaken. Ah. The high byte of the U code. Right, is the high byte as well, meaning... Oh, this is so dodgy. I don't know if it works, yeah. Hmm. Let's comment this out. What's the definition of ball? Int long. Oh yeah, long. Amazing. Or an int. Beautiful. Man, that chicken's good. Right, let's try that. It gave me the pause instruction just being 1-1D. Fair play. What about this one? Right, that didn't work. So apparently if you just do E11D, that's pause. For some reason. Apparently that works. So printf, oh not printf, print screen is to, yeah, must be done in here or something. Right. Yeah, I want to test out those keypads, like keypad 8. Yeah, but isn't, yeah, but a ball returning -1 is fine, right? Because it's true, right? Any like true is non-zero is a non-zero value, so it's fine, right? Um, the keypad 8 is mapping to up. So 38. Is that okay? Like it does make sense, but only when the only when numlock is on, right? It makes sense for that. Maybe we need to use like the extended version or something. But no, because that's different. This is for the locale, isn't it? Where you provide a locale. I'm not sure you're talking about Bambi, Bambi. Yeah, I'm not sure who's Chris Nova. Or is it called the keypad? Right, let's do some googling. Numpad. Wait, let's get his headphones back on. Ah, broke. Right. Hmm. Let me and zero this back out. So I'm gonna try the keep. Wait a minute. What do I want to try next? So I'm gonna press on my other keyboard the print screen. Oh crap, wrong. Print screen, that works good still. Alright, it's good. Pause. That works too. Um, we want to make sure that the map picks up print screen, I think. Yeah, we'll check that. That should be keypad enter. Why is it mapping to the wrong one? It's horrible. Yeah, Linux kernel stuff on Twitch too. Oh, okay. I didn't realize there was Twitch streamers who did Linux kernel stuff. That's cool. But I guess something bad happened, right? Oh my days, that sucks. Yeah, it did Vulkan for graphics, yeah. Oh no, virtual key for KP enter. Okay. Same VK for play. Oh, that's nasty. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure what I could say really. That kind of sucks. You know, someone, you know, presumably just trying to have some fun going climbing and then just has an accident like that. Yeah, that's true, but still though, like you would like to believe that that's great to say if someone's like old, right, and they've lived a long, longer life, and they died doing what they love. That's you say that's fine. But if they're young though, that's it's a bit sad, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it sucks that I didn't get to see her work though before because it's the first time I'm hearing about it, to be honest. Sounds like it did some cool work. Right, so no KP enter. What was the other key we wanted to test? Yes, it's that numlock stuff. It's that numlock stuff, really, isn't it? It's just all a bit off. So it's like Win32 virtual. So you've got this numpad 1 stuff and that, and it does work sometimes, but if numlock is on, well, it's acting as if like numlock is always on. Wait, off or something like that. So I've tried it with separate boots. Right, because I'm building this map file when you boot the game. So let's try. Okay, I've got numlock on, I think. So let's get it rid of. Yeah, KP8 is a good one. This is going to tell us. It says it's up, right? So if I turn off the numlock now, what do we get? We still get up apparently. Um, there's also scroll lock. Let me turn off scroll lock. Is that the other one? Yeah, that's not it either, is it? So why is it? So the scan code is fine. It's saying it is the key code. Sorry, scan code is fine. It's saying it is the keypad one, right? Because we're getting it here. It's just when it turns into a virtual key. With virtual keys, I'm hoping someone has in any file. Right. Oh, it could be the extended key stuff we get back. It could be an extended key, maybe. I don't potentially have a look. Um. Right. So which one are we looking for? So this the scan code 72, and that got us KP8, and then we ran that through this function, and it gave us 38, which is up for some reason. So it can't be. So the extended version just means that the left and rights are accounted for, or something like that, right? Double check. It distinguishes the difference between the left and right keys. Um, and there's another parameter for this extended version. Yeah, so that's loading a specific keyboard layout, so we can't really use that function to help us out either. Um, hmm. Right, we're going to try and do a little bit more research. If not, we'll just give up and go somewhere else. Um, let's say you press insert, the message returned is. It's as if the numpad is always on. It doesn't. That wasn't reading like anything. Oh, oh, always off. This is if we want this function with numlock. Let's try that. Extended key flag indicates whether a keystroke mess. Um. Right, could it be that we need to encode something special in the scan code, maybe? And this is not really. Num. Right. Extended key flag indicates whether the keystroke originated from one of the additional keys in one or one or two keyboards. The extended key consists of Control Alt keys, right hand side, left hand side, insert page down. Arrow keys onto the numlock key, the break key. Right, so you might have to specify. If numlock is on, wait, let's think about this. Where's that E000 thing? If these got the keypad, okay, they're all in the standard one. So if it hits keypad 8, let's see how many times it hits this, because we call this function twice, right? We call it once. Let's go up the stack. We call it once in here, and we call it a second time here in a way, right? Well, we're seeing, does it end up calling it second time here and remap it twice? That's the question. I just pressed F5 and it carried on. So it's nothing to do with this new thing that I've added either. So it's not getting overwritten in any way. Extended key flags indicates whether the stroke. Hmm. Hmm. I'm wondering whether or not I need to jam one of these in the E02As. Right, what's a 2A mean in this table? Let's have a look. 2A. Left shift. It's an AA. Where's the numlock? .45. This is key 9 and page up. Up arrow. Yeah. So these are working, they're working fine, but it's just not distinguishing between the two when I do the map. So I'm wondering, how do we do that? Because it's going to give us the same virtual key. Oh, E050. Wait a minute. Is my lookup table wrong? The lookup table could be a little bit wrong. E000. So in this extended one, it's going to have the up, down, lefts, and rights, right? Oh. Right, so this one, I think the lookup table is fine. So what is it getting? Got 38. Wait, 72 on the scan code. Yeah, the lookup table is fine. And then that gets you a 38. So yeah, it's fine. I wonder what happens if we chuck a sort of like a on there, right? What does that do? Because if you all that on, it should give you the up anyway. Yeah, gives you an up anyway. Gives you back a 38 anyway. Isn't that silly? E045 note 3. Hmm. The only other guess I've got is there could be another function. Other than that, I've no idea. And we're just going to skip it. Or character value. I guess that's for the char. W's for the char, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, I can't figure out why it's not doing it, but it's not the end of the world. Unless the only other way we can check is by looking for the SDL source code maybe. And seeing if they've fixed the problem. Or they've solved that problem in some way. Or GLFW or whatever. Right, how do they handle that? Um, it'll be on like you gotta be logged in, isn't it? To search the code, right? Yeah. But I think it would just be in like I think it's under video or something. Or is it events? Scan codes window.h. They're the scan codes, right? Yeah, I know, no, but the Windows one is different, you see. Sorry. The SDL one is different to the way ours works. SDL, their key code is like a char character. So they probably don't have a. Yeah, this is a char character. basically. So they'll just be using that function for different cores. So it's not very useful. Yeah, their code's not going to be useful at all. Oh well. All right. So what's the next sort of thing we can do? So that's the keyboard stuff done. Mostly. Obviously, just have to fix those bugs at some point. We'll figure out later. Right. So let's go back to those. We haven't tested whether or not the update function runs. Because the update function, it should run when we change the keyboard layout, right? So if we change to QWERTY, the breakpoint there. So I want to change it to QWERTY. And it just triggered there from the event, which is great. Let's run that. So now if I start typing here, it's in a QWERTY keyboard layout. Good. So what happens then if I'm focusing on a different window and I change the layout? Does it? It doesn't trigger. Oh, but when I change back to it, it triggered. So that's good. Right, so I'm glad we got that in there. That's decent. Right, so what's next on the agenda? Let's take a look at those keyboard, those OS inputs. What's the third way of getting 3D assets? Just write a Blender export script. But then you're tied to Blender. That's the problem. You could use Asimp, right? Or you could write a specific loader for a specific file. Like there's the GLTF file. You can even use that, right? Use the GLTF loader and read from there. Or you could write an export from Blender, but you have to export from Blender. Yeah. So there's kind of no one solution. Yeah, it kind of is. Like, if you can load the thing into Blender and then you can do file export, you can write custom exporter and you can go over all the vertices, all the animations, and you can just export it to a custom file. You've got to figure out how to use the Python API, but there's tons of examples online. And it's quite easy just to whip something together, basically. Although trying to figure out stuff, yeah. Is an XML format maybe I just yeah, but then you're only limited to Collada, you see. Whereas, what's it called? Collada, yeah, or Collada, however you pronounce it. But if you write a Blender export script, you can import that into Blender, then just export that, right? And then you can support any format that Blender supports and loads properly. So you can also run on the command line. You can run it in a headless version as well. Also that too. Right. So we've done mouse. We've done touchpad. Key input. How do you get key input? That's interesting. How do we do that? Like, I've pressed a key. Oh wait, there's the char thing. We've just seen that, right? Char W. Wait. Yeah. Yeah. There's the W version, right? W. So it gives you UCS to give you a UCS 16 char or something dumb like that. So I want to do like a is translated to a virtual key code. Wait. The virtual key code translated to a char. An unshifted character value. Oh, dead keys are indicated by the top bit of the return value. Okay, so we want to try this out. Can we get the keypad? Sorry. Can we, so if you type on the keyboard, can we make it return something? This is unshifted. You can make it return something that is like as if you're typing into a text field, basically. I want to try that out. So basically when you get the scan code here and everything seems legit, what I want to be able to do, or maybe not if everything seems legit. Oh yeah. If everything seems legit, what I want to get is the key, I guess. So we W, and you're transferring Win32 key code. Then we want to do a key from the key code. And we probably want to take into account like the key mods. We'll look into that. WK char. Now, there's no EX version of that. Sucks. So on the Linuxes, when we do this, key we check the current state of the keyboard, and if the shift is pressed or the alt is pressed, we add it to the state, and then we get it to do the UTF-8 lookup for us. So I want to see if there's a way to do that here. So are translated to uppercase regardless of the current keyboard layout. If you want to translate to the virtual key code to the corresponding character, use the toUnicode function. Right, this is good. toUnicode. This is what we want. So you take your virtual key, your scan code. The harder bit is set if the key is up. I'm not sure what it means by up. We can play around with that. A 256 byte array which contains keyboard state. Each byte in the array contains the state of one key. Right, so we can settle that numlock caps lock stuff. Beautiful. So there's a toUnicode function. We can say key code Win32 scan code. They got this byte array key state. So this is a 256 byte array. It's quite a lot of bytes. Anyway, we'll get to that. LPP. Sorry, LP. No. PWS Z buff. What is that? The buffer that receives the UTF-8. Sorry, the UTF-16 code units. Yeah, then we can convert that to UTF-8. So we can probably say WCHAR-T. What's the... I don't expect it to do any bigger than like... Well, let's just do like 4. Should just be like a single character, right? So it should maybe only be 3. Because you'll need 2 at most plus a null terminator maybe, I don't know. Right. So string size of string flags. If 0 is set, a menu is active. If bit 2 is set, keyboard state is not changed. Wait, this changes the keyboard state? It also changes the state of the kernel mode keyboard buffer. Oh. Wow. Do we want that? Transit. We're using raw input instead of keyboard normal input. We're going to be using both. But yeah, we're using raw input so we can get detection of different keyboards, basically. So you can get different. Yeah, so you can have 2 different keyboards in and know which one is which, basically. Wait a minute, what we... Yeah, flags. Something like that. So 2 Unicode. And then there's a return. Less than 0. The virtual key is a dead key character. This value returned is regardless of the keyboard layout, even if subcode influence the keyboard state. It's possible even with Unicode keyboard layouts. Right, there could be multiple keys. No. Yeah, we shouldn't get a we shouldn't get a less than, I think. Specified virtual key has no translation for the current keyboard layout, nothing. Okay. So one is greater than 0. 1 or more code points have been written. Damn it. What's the max sort of size it can return? And we've got to set up the state as well. But yeah, so maybe we just say like 60 or 32. Okay. So what can we do? with this now. We should probably turn that into UTF-8 as well. Do you want to just say like um, core string? So here you just want to say like UTF-16. And then we just say string. And then we've got like this sort of like OS Windows UTF 16 to UTF-8. We can then pass in UTF-16 string with the allocator. So there is a frame allocator dotted about. We'll get that one in. That's like a temporary allocator. It'll be super quick. Just gets cleared every frame. And then we can actually just visualize what that is when we press a key at least. That key state is kind of wrong. So it's quite a big one at once, and it's kind of optional when it comes in. Receives a 256 byte array that receives the status for each virtual key. Shift, control, and what about numlock? The toggle state of numlock are ignored. Oh. Weird. So if I pass in like a null in here, maybe it just takes the state of the actual keyboard. We can try that out. Right, let's put a so I guess let's just so we can actually just log it out, right? Look at that login code. Um Something like that. Okay, so if I in here if I press like T, oh, I can barely see anything. Great. Other way. There's nothing that's been printed out. So if I go back into here, I just press the key down. Print out absolutely nothing. 0, apparently. Probably because of the key state. What was it saying? Yeah, it's not saying anything. It's saying when it's been written to. So when it says a 256 byte array, it makes it seem like it's 256 bytes, but I think it's the same bits. So they're saying like each byte. I don't know, it's weird. Oh no, wait, no, keyboard state. Oh my days, I just realized now. 256 virtual keys. It is bytes. and it checks that to see whether the keys are like the left shift, the left control, and that are in there. Right. Should we make one of these just to see? It's just a byte. See if it works. So we'll just zero everything basically. So 256. Um, then in the Linux side of things, we've done this recently. So we don't really care about these guys anyway. And what we're saying is key state index with a VK L shift L alt and right alt. So if those are pressed, what we've thrown in there. See that for more info. Is it just setting all bits on or something? Each member contains, if the high order bit is 1, the key is down, otherwise it's up. Then the high order bit. If it's a toggle key, then it's the low order bit is 1. It is toggled, if not it's ignored. Right, so it's the high order and the low order bit. So in this case, we just want to set 0xf, sorry, 8, 1 byte, 2 byte, 3 byte, 4 byte. So maybe it'll work. Hmm. I guess that's what the menu key is, you know? Hey there, Paya. How you doing? How's it going? Thank you so much for sub. Appreciate it. How's things been? Thank you so much for sub. Appreciate it. Welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, so press down just a key. Oh, that worked. We got T back. Boom. Right, so this seems to be working fine, but I don't know if these alt keys are going to work. So we've got to see. So we've got the log here now. ST, brilliant. Right, so if I press like Alt T, you're going different languages. Or different, maybe not. No, 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 it's picking up the wrong key. But if I hold shift, does it pick up the shift? It's not picking up the shift either. Not a good. So I would have thought these are in. Are we going too high for this? 1 byte, 2 byte, 3 byte, 4 byte. I equally could just set. Oh no, it says a byte. Ugh. I thought it was a uint because we've been dealing with uints. Byte. That's the high order bit in the byte. We could equally just set it to 0xff and just put all the bits on. But I think that's all we need to do. Right, let's try that out. I'm holding shift and I'm not getting anything sensible. Hmm. I wonder about the right shift as well. Why don't I just set them to 0? Set it all on. I think that key mod stuff should be handled because you would have gone through here or something. You would have gone through this event changed and that would have changed the key mod state. Device keyboard key mod. Yeah. Changes the key mod state. A bachelor for a week, gotta find something to work on. Wait, what does this mean? What do you mean by a bachelor? You, I'm a bit confused. Maybe they do just have a shift as well on it. Yes. If any of the shifts are pressed, shift. Now this right alt I'm not sure about. Right, here we go. Oh, so the shift is already on apparently. Then over hold shift it goes lower. What crazy town are we in right now? Oh. Wait a minute. So what was it saying again? It's saying like if you hold it, if it means the key is down. Yeah, something fishy's going on here. I did change a couple of things. Let's change that. What happens? Right, so I'm gonna hold shift down and press the button. It's automatically shifted right now for some reason. Um, Key mod is pressed. What key mod is pressed? Also one. Left shift is pressed automatically? Why is my left shift pressed? When did that happen? Right, so as soon as I press it, it seems to be like toggling it. Oh, the key press and release is the wrong way around. Damn it. Right, so I'm glad that is good. Key press is the wrong way around. Pressed. Forgot what that meant again. Make means pressed. That means released. There's the not of that. Epic fail. Gone to parents for the week. I'm left with the barking dog. Nice. You got any plans? We should work on like some neat weekend project, like a low level project. Sweet, so hold shift and now we get these sort of key that comes through, which is pretty cool. Hmm. Now the question is, what is the Alt key? Like Alt GR. I think we got it right. See that mod? I can't see the mod bit that's there. But yeah, we're going to like a random text field and do like, well, a proper text field, not that one. Let's go. Welcome, buddy. How you doing? Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for sub, my friend. You guys should go and download the latest code for Windows if you're a Windows person. We're getting the input stuff working. Yeah, I need to upload the keyboard stuff tonight. Oh, we crashed the game. I forgot you cannot move the window. We need to fix that. If you press like Alt GRV, I'm looking at it and it's like it was getting that weird character through. Here we're getting this like weird character here, right? And I want to see that come through, but we're not. So Win32 virtual key for Alt. Like what is that? Is it menu or something? Okay, the Alt key. So we did that, right? You know what, maybe I'll pass in null here. Because I don't like making this a... It's changed my keyboard state and it's so annoying. I can't even type properly. I set bit to say don't change the keyboard state and it's gone and changed it. I literally cannot press the control key, the shift key anymore and type. I don't even know what just happened. Oh, did I set the wrong bit? Oh, bugger. Bit 2 is actually bit 3. I thought that, but then I went and just typed it like this. Right? Bit 1, bit 2, bit 3. So I've messed it up. I'm the Linux guy. Yeah, man, Linux rules. Yeah. I'll be back on this soon, don't you worry. So I've got to change my keyboard state and I don't know how to reset it. I think this could be part of what's been messing it up. Keyboard key state. That to Unicode function messed it up. I can't even hold shift anymore. Maybe I can rerun the game and it might fix it. I kind of highly doubt that though. It was super weird. It's not even showing anything anymore in that key slot. Yeah, the third bit 0, 1, 2, 3. Oh, because I passed in null there in an attempt to see if I didn't need it. Right. Turns out I do. Okay, so it's not bugged in here then, but it's bugged everywhere else. Right, so what about... I literally cannot type on this keyboard anymore. It's horrendous. My shift keys do not work. Oh wow, welcome. Thank you for the raid. The Idavan. Wait. The oh, not sure how to pronounce it, but hey, welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. What sort of stuff was you working on? We're working on a game with an engine here. We're porting the current code to Windows. 2 seconds. Let me just close my window for a second. Welcome back. Yeah, so we're currently just porting our code base to Windows. We've been working on a sort of input abstraction on top of the operating system. So we've got like, we're working on like gamepad, keyboards, and mice. But yeah, working on a game from scratch without an engine. We're kind of just wrapping up on the OS layer before we get back into doing some stuff on top of that, basically. So we have written like a whole GPU API as well, which we're going to be using. Just to get around to using that, really. Did I talk about climate change? No, I didn't talk about that. Yeah, I think you just got raided, man. And for some reason, I've used this to Unicode function, and I forgot to set this flag right, and now it's messed up my shift keys, and I cannot type into a text field without. I cannot hold a shift key anymore in any application. Well, except for my own, actually. It's bananas. So I'm just trying to fix that and get back into action, really. But yeah. I did not realize you can mess something up on Windows by calling a function to convert to, like, to give me a char, basically. So I've called this function here to Unicode to take in a key code and a scan code and take in the current keyboard state. And I passed in the wrong keyboard state and didn't set this flag. So it updated the keyboard state in the kernel or something, and now it's messed up for every other application. So I'm just trying to figure out how do I get this back. Wait, did it do that? Because the sticky keys came on. I didn't remember to see that. Nah. It's just the shift key that's buggered up. Oh, ease of accessing. No, nothing's on there. I don't know what's going on anymore. I might have to like log out and log back in. It's so bad. Hmm. Anyway, let's try and fix this other problem. So the left alt and the right alt, you would hope they called it menu, right? Yeah, so I wanted to try and I cannot do the uppercase thing manually because I don't have a shift anymore. That's why I usually press right go uppercase. Radio. Right shift. Let's see if that still works. Do I get the key code? Do I hold shift and press N? It doesn't work. Right, that's interesting. So it doesn't seem to like it if you use these left shifts and right shifts. That's probably the reason why the alt one isn't working. But then again, Alt GR gives you a different set of characters on the keyboard. So it's really weird and confusing. So let's just try menu. Maybe have any alt key pressed, and let's just see if that helps. That's super weird. Alright. So hold the shift key, that all works now. Get proper key code. A proper sort of like string character that comes back. I'm holding the alt key now. And I don't really get anything I thought I would get. I don't know why the alt GR wait, do we have caps lock? Oh, it says caps lock and non-lock are ignored, isn't it? Something like that. Dude, I'd hate to call get keyboard state every time. But maybe we should just call get keyboard state and see what happens. See, I can't even call a function without. This is horrendously bad right now. I've got to copy and paste this. Ugh. Right, so that would be like key state. I can't even do an underscore. There we go. So we try that. Let's see if the Alt-GR key works. Okay, I'll hold Alt-GR and pressing V now. That worked. Excellent. No Copilot. Yeah, who needs Copilot, man? Right, that's working. So I'll just use that then. I did not like grabbing key state each time though. I don't think that's good at all. But I wonder why. Whatever. So that flag doesn't really have to be set anymore. To do. I can't even hold shift. Ugh. Um. I better, find a way just to set the state we need. We tried before, but couldn't get Alt-GR working. Decent. Right, so now that means we can plug in the super lovely key something, whatever change. What is it? Raw key input UTF-8. Isn't she lovely? So we can now plug string.data, string.size, and that'll produce events. So we'll now have UTF-8 text, we can have text input basically working fine. That's pretty decent. Man, it's so annoying that it broke though. My keyboard state, like really bad. I'm glad it works though, but come on. See, so when we get a crash now, there's something that so if something crashes, there's something to do with this my event loop. Yep. Right, so it just repeats and repeats and repeats. Yeah, it's super bananas. Like it calls back into the same. Like my crash handler spawns a message box, and message box A goes into this rock, and it will do input for some reason. So I remember saying that it had to return default. Oh shoot. The problem is the other window. The other window spawns. That message box window spawns. Right. Yeah, oof, I don't know. We could just check to make sure that it, but I thought the whole point of not filtering is so we can get all the windows. Yeah. So we'll just say if, I can't even do any proper if statement anymore. If, I can't believe my keyboard state's messed up. Might as well program with like those die glyphs, whatever they're called, or those triglyphs, you know. Horrible. If GOS. Honestly, programming is so hard right now. Can't even put an underscore in. GOS OS. Right, that'll to do it. Windows window. Window backend. So if the window backend, can't do greater than sign. So if that is not equal, if that is not equal to HWN, then return default or something like that. Hey there, Ruse. Welcome. How you doing? Why? My programming is just halted now. This is horrendous. My shift keys are not working. Can I get the on-screen keyboard up? This will make it possible. I cannot believe this is how my life has turned to now. On-screen keyboard. Right. So I need to basically activate. It's quicker than trying to find code, right? Use, damn it. Yeah. So my shift key is broken. So I had to try and figure out. Yeah, go-tos, man. Always. Always use go-tos. Sorry for the question, but the game is already running. Yeah, this is the game so far. So it's got 3 compute shaders that we're running. We're using Vulkan for the graphics API. We just ran the OS of the engine part of the game. But yeah, we're basically running a game without an engine, so oh, we get the continual stack thing still. Damn it. Maybe we just need to return 0. Oh my days, it works now. All it's do is open up the on-screen keyboard and then it, yes, brought back to life. Right, that's good to know at least. Still though, pain in the butt. So now it crashes by default. So if the hey, the Danzy, how you doing? Hey there, Vine. Fine, Vulkan. How you doing? How's things been? How's things been, Danzy? How you been? Oh, my day's Windows. Piece of work. So, you kind of have to let it handle the events. So you kind of got to let it go to default, right? But then why do we get that infinite loop still? Why was we getting that infinite loop again? What caused it? We did an alt D, wasn't it? Yeah. Right. So we still got this infinite loop. Damn it. It starts processing more events when you open up a message box. So what is up with that? Why is it opening up? Third, mate, this heat is too much for me. Yeah, I know you're feeling the same. I long for the snow days, thick hoodies, hot chocolate. Yeah. Yeah, they're good. That's what I like about the winter is like you can opt into how warm you want to be. Great. Controllable. You know, if you see what hot to go outside, you know. Pretty good. Yeah, open up a window, you know. It's great. Hey there, PPG. What have we done to deserve this misery? I cannot believe the problems we're getting. Hmm. Panel if it's null, message box has no owner window. Right. So if we say the owner window, oh, I hope this will work. HW. What of that? Where's the music gone? So we encounter an issue. Let's make it crash again. Oh, that worked good. That didn't cause the stack trace. Yes. Right. So now if we check the stack trace file, um, I'm not sure why it logged it out twice. But yeah, so it's failing obviously in the UTF-8 thing because the sequence that it's getting through is too big. So it added that new like 2 Unicode. And wait, is it too big or too small? That's something we should only be we should say if ret is greater than 0. Do any of this code. So if we press the key on the keyboard, it will give us the exact like a text filled entry basically. Right, so if I press Alt GRB, it was crashing. Right, so what do we get in the So we get kind of like two chevrons that are sort of pointing downwards. Then in UTF-8, that is like 5 keys or whatever. 5 bytes. It looks really weird. Um, but it shouldn't really crash, right? Yeah. So okay. So it doesn't convert to like a single UTF-32. It's like multiple. So if I press that, if we go to here and do Alt GRB, what do I get? If I press it twice, it comes up like that. In my game, if I pressed it once, it came up. Was that right? Oh, I thought I fixed the problem. Oh no, we just undid the code is all. Damn. Oh no, we didn't. Bro, what other flags are we missing? Message box A, caption, type. I don't know. This message board window is just causing it to crash. Um, but is it the message box A? We didn't really test that, did we? Oh no, 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 because it is calling into them. That's yeah. It's like it's calling the event handler, isn't it? Ah, the message box is being created. Yeah, so we're opening it up whilst inside of the event handler itself. That's probably the issue, isn't it? So this is being called while we're already inside of the event handler. So I guess the current event has not. There's something going on that's weird. Um. Yeah. So when we're inside this event handler, we're calling something and it crashes, and then obviously it causes that problem. Yeah, I think that could be it. Ran 2 words in your portfolio took me a whole day and 3 large files. Interesting. What was that you did? Um. So I think part of the issue is if this is more than like. Wait, it's 5 bytes. Including the null terminator though. So we should just take away one and that fixes it, right? Yes. And then yup. That fixes that problem. But still though, I think we have that issue where the message box shouldn't be allowed to show. There's something about it. Right, so if we do Alt GR then B. Where's the string data at? Alright, let's figure out what that converts into. It's 5. So then you say 4. Less than or equal to. Right, there's the issue. Well, neat representation. Oh, okay. I thought you did like a project or something. Right, okay, it's showing up now, not crashing. So got the Alt GR key working now, and it's printed up the sort of text-friendly input. Now we're going to text fields. Cool. So we have a bit of an issue with that message box. It's actually kind of crap. We kind of want to be able to call this inside the event loop. There's still something off in my key state. If we get up the on-screen kill, we might fix it. Okay. I messed around with that now. Should fix my key state. It's non-blocking, isn't it? Right, this is a big issue. So it's as if like we want to set, I think on Windows, if you say message box, the whole point of like OS message box is that it's going to show a message box there and then and block. But if you're in a call stack, that's sort of processing the events. See, this is called like in our handler when the game crashes. So if it crashes and then you want it to exit and you're inside one of those handlers, yeah, we'll have to think about that. But anyway, it's not too much of an issue nowadays now. Sweet. Right, so that's pretty decent. Keyboard is fully in. Well, the raw keyboard and the raw mouse. We've got the key input UTF-8 working. We've got the mouse moves, button change, wheel, input device connected, disconnected. We've got the key changed as well. So all that's left to do is these virtual ones, right? and we've got to get this window moving, working again, and also the gamepad stuff. Should we quickly look into what it takes to get like Win 32 key event or something? Because I reckon that's like dead easy just to plug in. So there's sys key down. And there's just key down. So R&D proc. Sorry, WND proc. That's what I meant. So this is, so we've done the events using raw. Using raw input, but we kind of want to get like the raw inputs for the individual keyboards, but we want to get like the combined state of the keyboards as well. I'm not sure if we'll actually need this, but we're just going to do it anyway for completeness sake. But we do it for the mouse because the mouse using raw input is just the relative coordinates when you move the mouse. But for the mouse, you actually want to know where the operating system mouse is sometimes in the window. So we will be doing that as well. So this W param. So apparently this W parameter is the key code, right? So you just say win32 key code equals W param. So we have ways to translate that already, right? We got the mapper. A way to map it to a. Wait, is there a way to get a scan code as well? Depends on the OEM. What are you talking about? There's a repeat count. Oh, I've not tested if we've got the is repeat working. If it's a repeat key, we should test it out. Oh boy. I'm not sure about that working. Right, so hold down like the T key. It's not wide enough. There's an is repeat field. Oh, that worked. Good, it's coming up as true for a repeat. Good, I like that. Right, so back to where we were. So there's a way to get a scan code apparently. That is lparam. Shift left. No, sorry, shift right 13 or something, right? Something like that. 16. And like a how many bits is that? 7 bits. No, it's 8 bits. Because it's inclusive, right? With that scan code, we'll be able to convert that into our key code. What do you want to do though? Because it comes through as a virtual key code. Because the virtual key wants a wants a scan code. Let's see if we can get away with it. So we know there's all these extended keys though. Um, the previous key state is also in there as well. Yeah, I'm not sure if that scan code is useful. Wait, we've got a way to convert a key code or their key code to our virtual key code, and then that can go back to a scan code. That would probably be the best bet, I reckon, because we've got a lookup table for that. I think that's what we'll do. So we turn it into a virtual key code, and then we say, then we say key code. So that's the equivalent of a Windows scan code. We turn that because the Windows scan code is a bit dodgy, but our scan code is basically the same enum. It's just a remap. It just the virtual key code respects the keyboard layout, whereas the key code is just a QWERTY keyboard layout always. So what we're trying to do is convert virtual key code to key code. And then we pass that into there. Is pressed is basically if the current event, which is MSG, if that is equal to this one here. Yeah, so I want to quickly just disable the events or the logging. Whether a raw key press or key release is actually doing printing anything. So, because otherwise there'd be too much noise in the terminal, right? So hold the N key. We've got a key code of N. So a virtual key code of N, which is correct because that's my keyboard layout. And then it's a J key. And then it's repeat. Good. Good. Yeah, I think that'll work. We can't move the window, that's broken still. Okay. I think that's wired in fine. Anything that's not wired in, because it's using the same remap logic, so we don't really need to test that again. It doesn't make any sense to do so. We need to get that UTF-8, this thing. Why did it bugger? Yeah, something's fishy. Like I've just ran it again, and it crashed. and I cannot press my shift keys anymore. I'm just gonna mess around with the state. Right, I can't even press my keys anymore on my keyboard. Great. Something is up with this. Like, it's changing the state. Like when I'm running this function here, this 2 Unicode or something. Something really bad is going on. Right, let's take this with us anyway. Because we've got to get it working. I can't even go back. Oh, that worked. I don't know what's going on. On-screen keyboard, why does it not? Right, even this doesn't want to give me a... Okay. Alright, what is next to do? So this has got to be a virtual keyboard. Let's see if that compiles. That should give me a virtual key input. Redefinition of that, sure. But I don't know where I get the scan code from. Well, I do know where I get it from. It's in lparam. lparam. It was shift right 16. Ah, how annoying. So shift right 16, like, and then basically you need to like and. Single byte. Oh wait, did my shift key just work? Nah, I didn't. I can't believe you can mess up Windows by just calling the wrong function. I don't know what we're doing here, which is wrong. Something's up. So then we pass in proper scan code, good. Right, so we should be seeing like 2 events now if I just would press the T key, for instance. Yep, that worked. You work on Win x86. No, working on like Windows 64-bit, but obviously the library or the set of libraries used to interface with Windows is called Win32. But it works on 64 systems, right? And it's designed for 64-bit as well. But it's just what it was called. But yeah, we've got the raw and the virtual text input as well. So we've got we can pick up on an individual input device, like in the individual. Right. So if I press T on one keyboard up here, oh, the device is not coming through the same. Input device 0. Why is it picking up? These devices are different. Yeah, we're getting the events coming through though, but we should be getting. My shift key's working again. As well as the compiler. Yeah, we compile 64-bit. That's for sure. Not sure why. I thought the whole point of raw input is that we got a different handle. This is kind of interesting. Let's try it again. So I've got two different keyboards plugged in. So they should be different. So I'm going to press T on one keyboard. And we get an input device ID of this number here. So it's like, let's jot that down, shall we? That's my Mac keyboard, that's the number we got. Now I'm going to press a button on my Corsair keyboard. And the number is the same. No, they're different. They are different. Excellent. That's good then. So if they're different, why oh why, when it reports the number ah I actually have no idea why. Unless it's not setting it in the actual event, it should be. It is. Hella confused. Right, that stays fine. So why then in the main function when it processes it? Um, Raw key pressed. Pretty legit to me. Oh, the text input one is coming through wrong. Shoot. Oh, okay, I see, I see. So when we run it through here, it's probably not setting it. It is, right? Oh, that's confusing. Um, so if I press like the T key here, for instance, again. Why is it now 0? Like you can't get a 0 device. That's illegal to get a 0 device here. How did it reach there? Here it said something. Oh, is it an overflow? It's after get key state, isn't it? Overflows, hits it. Oh no, after we call this function, it must overflow this. Right. Yeah, bugger. I thought the whole point of passing in size of. Oh no, it should be the number of elements, isn't it? Um, Array count. See, I'm used to some other functions in Windows making me require size of for this, but I think this is different. Sure seems like it, you know. The size in characters, yeah, because sometimes it's size in bytes for those UTF-16 things. So weird. Right. Okay. Right, so there's me thinking my input device code wasn't working in some way for a second. Yeah, so if I press on one keyboard, if one keyboard will get one number, for another keyboard will get another number on the input device. Sweet. There's only like one more thing to do for the mouse. We've got to get the whole mouse moved and button press stuff to work. For the virtual mouse. Virtual mouse moves, button press, release, mouse wheel. That stuff. Um, there's some events here. You got like mouse hover. Oh yeah, what about like focus when they enter and leave? Have we even done that? Yeah, what about like keyboard focus? Um, so set focus. We'll plug that one in. So that one you need to say, so, you know, we only have one window. So we literally just have to say event queue, like focus gained or something like that. But if you have multiple windows, you basically need to keep track of like which window is focused. So for us, we start passing a boolean because literally is our window focused or not, and that's it. Kill focus, false. Very nice. So there's also when it comes to the mouse, let's start with that one, right? There's like an enter or something. Leave. Hovers over the client for a period of time. There's a leave. Client area. In Windows 8 or whatever, applications didn't used to do this, right? Where you can sort of like be focused on another window. Like have another main window, but you can hover over the other windows. I think they got added later or something. But yes, they have the leave one. I get that. But what's the opposite? Yeah, mouse focus changed. So this one just sends either a mouse focus enter or leave, basically. So trying to find which one says that they sort of enter it. Win32 mouse focus event. Yeah, it's mouse focus when you've gained. No, 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 no. It could be the hover. But then like mouse hover posted when the cursor hovers over the client area of the window for a period of time specified prior to call to event. You have to call this though. Sent when the mouse cursor is in an inactive window and the user presses the mouse button. The parent window receives this. That's when it becomes active, but that's not it. You don't have to press the button. It could be hover. Let's try that one out at least. So let's see what sort of events we get from those. So we should be able to see some sort of like mouse enter, mouse leave, but it might repeat it. Keyboard enter, keyboard leave. So that's fine. So the mouse one doesn't work because you got to get it right, I think. Oh no, not firing. Yeah, window mouse. We should be seeing that. Um, yes, this is to do with the track mouse event thing. You might have to enable this one. So we'll just set it to 0 base. I think this is the only way you can do it. So you'll boot this up and you tell it on the window wants to hover notification. So there's a leave note. If the caller requests hover tracking while hover tracking is already active, the hover timer will be reset. Interesting. Yeah, this is what we want. Obviously, there is no time where we would want to reset it. Yeah, basically, just want to call this guy. Window open or something. Track mouse event. Let's just zero initialize all of that. Wait a minute. I don't want to zero this array every time. That's not good. I just remembered it. Big. I don't want it to be. I think it's like a CB size, which probably is just equal to size of this. Yeah, good. DW flags. So you want to say hover? Want to leave notification as well? Yeah. What else do we want? HND to track. So that'll just be HWND. Then you want hover time. So we just want 0. The hover timeout in milliseconds. So should we see what happens there? Hopefully this is the thing we need. Get the mouse enter and stuff to work just by simply hovering over it. Get some good old mouse focus. Nope. Now, we didn't really check the boolean. So we should really check that. And then we should also put breakpoints. Right, so that apparently worked fine. Now, the next thing we should really check is apparently those sort of like mouse things, right? Are we really getting these or not? A here bug if you where in debug define is a hidden bug where if the debug define is defined or not, it calls error. Either way using MSVC. Huh. Yeah, because debug, if it's not defined, it should give you 0. Yeah. Okay, Rust compiler. Try this out. MSVC C compliant preprocessor. Because the MSVC default preprocessor is not compliant. And it took them years to get it right. Try this flag. Damn it, you know, I'll just drop you the link. Try the flag they list in there and see if the compliant preprocessor fixes it. Because honestly, it's really bad. Mouse enter. I just wanted to detect whether the mouse comes in the window, man. What is so hard? Oh, weird. That's strange. All tracking requested by Trump is cancelled when the message is generated. Is it now? So apparently you have to keep calling it. If so, yes. Oh ho ho. You gotta call it every single time. Microsoft. Some parts of your API is like, this is better than Linux. Other parts. What the hell? Maybe I'm doing this wrong. Right, so when you open up that window, I've got to do it in there as well. OS. My days. Oh, I thought I pressed the button. All request by that is cancelled when this message is generated. When it re-enters its window, if it requires further tracking of the hover. How do you know? I'm hella confused. This is meant to be simple. I wish that enter mouse enter mouse exit right now. We could just check. We could just check. Maybe not. Wait, how did we do it on Linux? Actually, thinking about it, maybe we didn't have it on Linux either. How did we do that? Enter notify and leave notify. There is specific events. Okay. Why did you decide to spend time on input? Seems like it's the most boring part. Well, mainly because I haven't done it. I haven't done the gamepad stuff before. But like, when you have it all working, it's really useful. Like, I wanna when we do the UI, I wanna have this gamepad working, and I wanna have it so we can actually like control the UI with just the gamepad, as well as just keyboard. So, um, just to make it sort of easier to debug, easier while we're debugging all that sort of stuff. But yeah, we're nearly finished though, and also want to explore what it's like to do gamepad from scratch. I was actually working on Win32 raw keyboard and mouse input for my Voxel Gaming today. I turned on your stream using the exact same thing. Yeah, it's a bit weird, isn't it? There's some weird parts we've just discovered today with the key codes and scan codes. They got this like track mouse thing. Yeah. However, this can be achieved by handling mouse move message via control and capturing the mouse input to check whether the point is inside the area. Release the capture is outside the area. Is that? But does it give you absolute coordinates then? Like window coordinates? You're wrong. Yeah, but I tried to set it up, you see. Maybe you can't have it with both. You must be able to. But yeah, the it is quite important to have input as well, because we are gonna have like a UI. It'd be nice to be able to type into a text field or something, you know. It's good to have this stuff in here. Like I want to build like another reason why we're focusing on this, like building all the engine bits before we go to the prototyping, is so when we're doing prototyping, we don't have to pause and be like, oh, um, I want to see if this works fine doing this. But then you don't have the engine together to test it, so you have to pause what you're doing, develop engine code, or develop a UI thing, or whatever it is. And it just gets in the way of prototyping. So imagine if you come up with a game idea or something, and you're like, oh, but I wonder how that maps to a controller. Oh, but we don't have gamepad support. So you have to then draw, go and implement it or just theorize how it's going to work. But if you have it all working, you can just plug it all in, and then voila. So, you know, it does take a bit of work to sort of figure it out, but once you have it done once, you can literally just copy and paste it over. That's what we did with a lot of it, but there's some new stuff we've done. I wonder why this track mouse doesn't work. I think I have to call it every frame. But then, like if it's not been set, straight. Right, so here's what we've got to do. Every frame. What do I mean every frame though? Frame minute. That's what we mean. So every frame, if HWND. Oh, it's window backend, isn't it? Oh crap. I just realized. Gotta call that in OS backend frame minute. Um, backend in it. Oh, son of a Viking, welcome. Thank you for the follow, appreciate it. Oh, sorry, thank you for the raid, appreciate it. How did the stream go? Right, we want that. So on Windows, we'll chuck it in there. And on Linux. So on the Windows one, we want to set this thing up. What we're saying is, if we're going to say something like if if the track mouse event is not set up. So horrible. If this is not set, we can then set it. The most like something like that. So let's see if that'll work. Mouse leave. So we put 2 breakpoints here. Stream went well. How you doing all in here? Yeah, doing good, man. Just dealing with Win32 API, which is a uh, bit crazy. Uh, 16. Yeah, so just been getting like keyboard input working today. We've basically achieved it. We was just finishing up on the mouse one really. Um, but we're getting closer and closer to finishing the Windows port for the input code, which is really good. I'm hoping just for one more stream really. There's the mouse leave. Where's the mouse enter? So I feel like you shouldn't be setting both of these at the same time. And it's going to take some form of priority. Oh my days, we didn't clear it. We didn't set this to false, did we? Because it gets cleared automatically. Okay, that should do it. Right, so we left the window apparently. Left. We keep leaving it apparently. Yeah, this ain't good. Right, so it's saying like, yeah. It resets the timer, doesn't it? So what you want to basically know is like, oh, if I'm outside the window, how do we know we're focused or not? Is that even a thing? We gonna set this thing? That'll be interesting. Yeah, so we do set it. Okay. So based on whether or not the focus is set, when you come into here, we go, oh, if is focused, we're kind of only looking for when we leave. Whereas if not, only when we enter back in again. Now it's not working at all. The video default is starting as like, yeah, this feels very error prone to me. We're not setting all the flags. Right, one is query apparently. Once hovering a notification for non-client areas. Yeah, we'll probably just roll with like an immediate mode UI, just because it's more programmer friendly. Retain mode just, yeah, the code is all over the place, and I prefer code to be more linear, more easier to read. Like I like mixing the logic with the UI layout stuff, or having the option to. It's just an easier programming interface for a programmer to make UI. So the other way we can check is if you check just the mouse motion events, basically. $19.98. Well, if it's so simple, why don't you just explain it to me, please? Oh my days, it's having fall throughs everywhere. So they've put it inside the mouse move? What? But yeah, I was wondering in like the mouse move event, does it give you like absolute coordinates? Like, because in Linux, does it give you inside the screen ones or something? Mouse motion, I think it's called. Yeah, it's inside the actual window. Um, so they're doing this here. But then the problem is it's going to keep firing because you're going to reset it every time you move the mouse. Every time you move the mouse, it's going to fire it again. I've seen of someone using what programming in Visual Studio. I've seen Madman. I don't know. It's kind of the default dev environment for like people in the games industry, basically. But I don't know. It's not my preferred choice. I'm only using it just because I'm programming on Windows right now. But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird. Weird. You saying like it's the first time you've seen someone program in Visual Studio. Like, I don't know. It makes it sound like you're like very young. I don't know. Hey there, Bam. Yeah, I'm a dad now. I have baby. Yeah, so currently on paternity leave, just chilling with the baby, mostly looking after the baby, learning how to change baby, feed baby, make baby smile. Haven't quite got to the baby smiling yet. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Did you have a name? Did you name the baby a name starting with C? Nah, nah. Starts with an E. So the X position and Y position, like, what is that? Are they in like screen space or display space or window space? Upper left corner of the client area. Exactly. So you can't detect leaving the mouse, leaving the area without this thing that we're trying to do. Rocket science. Okay, so we can get back to that in a sec. Like this one is going to be easier peasy, right? Like 2 seconds. Is it 16 bits? Word. It must mean 16. Right. I think that's right at least. What on L param is now? Is it a long putter? Love me long putters. 64-bit int. Right. So maybe there's other things you can get. In that header file you see. I don't really want to include this header file if I don't need to. It's probably just a load of garbage anyway, right? Yeah, 16 bits. Right, so if we get a screen that's over 16K, then wait, 64K, then the Windows API won't work. And it'll crash and burn. I'm a high level alpha nerd. I installed Windows 95 on a Steam Deck. Whoa. Yeah, position inside the window. Yes, inside. We just checked it. Kind of sucks. Yeah, it uses long putters. Yeah, you need your Windows 60. You need the Win64 library for that 64K monitor. Coming soon. I just got to double check. Is it the high or the lows? High order. Yeah, yeah. Right. Um. That'll be good enough. You know, we could just plug this one in. Should we just plug it in? Easy peasy style. Alright. Virtual mouse. Moved. The new virtual mouse position. Oh, we might have to flip the XY though. That's a good point. Because it's probably top left. Upper left corner. Bunch of scrubs. Why? Don't people understand that graphs have an origin of the left, of the bottom left? You know what I mean? Positive, positive. In what alien world did we wake up in? Where half the people didn't, where most people who designed UIs didn't get that. Yeah, Vulkan's the same thing. Even for 3D, and you're like, "Ugh." Right, so let's take that first spin. See what we get. We should get two mouse moves, which would be the raw one and the virtual mouse one. The virtual mouse one gives you an actual position of the cursor, the raw ones gives you a relative. And it's tied to a specific mouse. Oh shoot. Oh yeah. Why don't I see the raw mouse being moved anymore? So if I move the raw... Oh, the raw mouse... Oh, the raw mouse is only firing if X and Y are moving. That's not good. We fix that up. The raw mouse is only firing if X and Y. X or Y. You silly Billy. I'm glad we had something to compare against. But then that's not working anymore. What? What? Thought this were fire? What? Is something weird going on? Did we comment out the... Right, because it's a union, right? Did we... We didn't comment out anything. Raw mouse moved. Should fire. Shit does. How fast is the window creation? I don't know. It seems pretty instant to me, although Um, I've not really timed it in any way. So it builds, it just creates it, right? I don't know. I've not got much going on. Are we filling up a buffer too fast? Something's going on with my events. That's working fine. But then I plug in the other one. Hmm. There's something fishy going on. Like, so if I move that around and then close it, check the log file. It's just virtual the whole way. But at the start, I did start off with the raw. Oh, did it stop when we got focused? Whereas if I hold the mouse button down, it's firing. Oh, okay. Alright, something fishy's going on. This ain't good. Oh, I see. Alright. Only when I have focus is this one showing up, the raw mouse. But if I don't have focus, it's only the virtual mouse, which makes sense. Okay. So if I don't have keyboard focus, it doesn't want to pick it up. Okay. That's pretty good. Yeah, I don't know why that what that is set, isn't it? So kind of like we could keep setting this every time basically. It seems really bad, but we can keep setting it. And it will keep going of left, of left, of left, of left. Right, I've entered, I've entered, I've entered. But it just tells you what it is basically. Um so really you should only call this. I'm not sure which way around it is. Right. So only if it's not been hovered. Yeah, something like that. This should only be called if the mouse is not focused and you need to become focused. Yeah, something like that. Because if you're already inside the area, you don't really care about the event. Right, so I got hover just then. And then I leave right away because it switched. Right, I think that's working now. But I really don't like the solution, but I think it will do. Seems really naff to be fair. Mouse leave, mouse enter, mouse leave, mouse enter. It's really slow. Pretty slow. Why is it slow? What is the difference between it? Well, the difference is that you can have multiple mice plugged in, and you can pick up the different ones, the different mice. Basically. And it's raw from the actual device. So it'll probably be different. Um, right, so leave. That enter is so slow. That enter is so slow. So you can put it in default time. So it's in milliseconds. So I reckon 0 might be default time. And if that's what it is, then we've got to use 1. Okay. For a default timeout, but this is like really bad. It can't be how they're doing this, right? Because look how they're able to do that. Oh no no, sorry, they can do that through. I think all we need to do is detect when the key when it leaves. It leaves like it leaves really fast. So I think all we need to do is notice is when it actually leaves. When it enters, you could just put that on the mouse move event or whatever it is. It's really naff, but we're just going to track for leave. If it's not been set, set it. I want to do a 0. Now, mouse leave. So how we're going to handle it? How we're going to handle it is going to be quite easy. Why did that thing get resolved into that? I don't know what I pressed. When we do that mouse motion, mouse move, we're literally just going to be like, if it's not focused, not focused. So the relative coordinate might be a bit off though. So leave, enter right away. That's good. But the problem is if you go all the way around here, the difference when you enter is massive. And we don't want that. So I think on Linux, we solved that problem. So on Windows, so set pos here, so relative position is 0. You want to know when it's bug with this? I think if you move your mouse too fast, you don't get the leave event, or too slow, don't remember. Ugh. How do you get the leave event then? Is there a way? Right, let me up my speed. Seems alright so far. Dim mouse enters mouse leaves. I think they have a region around the window. That seemed fine. Seems alright so far. Wait, if I just do a corner. Seems alright. Hmm. Sweet. Alright, I'm liking that. It's really good. So we only got like a couple more now. Like the buttons now, isn't it really? Mouse button. I can't believe how much rocket science that was just to get the mouse to leave. Figure out if the mouse is left. Really crazy. Do L button, left button, middle button. Is it even a back button? Can you get more than there's X button? X1, X2. Right, so you want to get like I see. First or second X button is pressed. And then you can check it all in just that one anyway. What? Okay. That's easy. Easy enough, I guess. What kind of game we making? Um, Still got to work that one out really, but I just want to save into it to get there. I want to develop like an art style first, you know. So we're going to be doing some 3D graphics R&D. Probably. Well, we've still got a few more things we want to do before we get there, but yeah, awesome. So window button up and down. So we have a virtual key. That button, mouse button. Yeah. So we'll just do this for each of them. So it's saying if it is it pressed? Well, sure. If MSG is equal to that, and then you give it the mouse button left. Now I should be able to repeat that for each one of them. There's middle mouse button. Yeah, going with the 3DDs. But you managed to repro it. So it's not as bad as you described it. Sweet. I think I must leave when I hold the left mouse button and quickly move the pointer out of the window. But if I hold on, and start outside the window, move slowly past the edge, it will generate mouse leave on the days. If I don't hold the left mouse button, I get rid of it. Wow. On Windows 7, I was trying to make an owner drawn button. When I got them out, yeah, that's too much for me to read right now. Fair play. I know, right? Yeah, maybe they fixed it, but also probably not because of backwards compatibility. Oh, when you stop holding the button, but it might be too late. Right. Oh no. Yeah. Oh, like I can't believe that's the way you check to see if the mouse left. It's just pure insane. Right, so you got to check a field. WPRAM. Mouse button back or something. Oh my days, nearly there. And then also we need to just like, return 0. And voila. Obviously we could, um, yeah, no, it's fine. Good. Radio, so they're button clicks, yeah? Right, left button works for raw and the virtual. Good. Oh, the buttons are different. The middle and the right are different. I guess this is a good reason why we checked it. Something's fishy. Right, so button 3 might not be right. It might be middle. Yeah, okay, so this one's wrong. So the raw mouse button's wrong. Right, I'm glad we fixed that. Go check back and forth now. Backwards to the back button. Oh, what button is set there? Oh. Hmm. Well, no, the thing is they can't fix it because of backwards compatibility. Like they're just like Windows for the most part is like backwards compatible. But they don't want to break anything. Something fishy's going on here. Raw mouse button pressed. If it's equal down, it's pressed. Um, hmm. Right. 6 8. Um, it didn't fire the release. Well, I don't know. What? Um, if MSG core breakpoint, I'll catch it. So the problem is, I think the button up is just a bit different for some reason. Yes, that's saying 6 8 on the way down. On the way up, it's different. So I'm reading the W param wrong. Whether the virtual keys are down. Oh, MK. Weird. There's too many bits set in it. Oh, not really the right one. W param. L param should be the position of the cursor. Right, so if X button up. Yeah. Oh, damn it. It was the wrong docs, wasn't it? The hardware word indicates which button was released. So word they mean 16 bits. So we're looking for like um something like that. That ought to be good enough. High word and low word. Oh, do I want to use low word then? Right, why would you want to use... So I need to use high word, sorry. Yeah, but why would we care about that? Is it different on different platforms? Yeah, I guess I could go high word. X button. Make it more readable, right? That'd be better. Thank you very much. So what you're saying is we should be able to say... Yeah, that's good. Sweet. Right, just get the scroll wheel to work now, and that's basically all the mouse and keyboard input stuff done. Wheel. There we go. There's probably a H wheel as well somewhere. Fantastic. So case. Um, so the high order word indicates the distance of the wheel has been rotated, expressed in multiples or divisions of wheel delta. I remember seeing that before in the previous one. Do you want to just divide it by that again? Basically. Where's my mouse wheel? Moved one. So we want to use virtual mouse version of that, which would then so it's high word W param. And then there's the H wheel one, which is probably the same. But obviously, wait a minute, it's the wrong way around, isn't it? No. Yeah. Oh, something like that. No input device. So close. Oh, nearly there. Okay, so if we scroll the mouse wheel, we're not getting anything. Right, that reverse direction is a weird number. Oh no, we are getting something for the... Yeah, it's working, but we're not getting it for the raw one anymore. Gotta go to bed, school starts tomorrow. Everyone, Russell, have a good one. See you in the future stream, my friend. Yes, for some reason the this one works fine. No, it doesn't work fine. In the negatives, it doesn't work well at all. So it converts it to a signed in or something. Unsigned in. Today. um, Positive value indicates that the wheels rotate forward. Backwards was user. Okay, so we probably want to convert to a signed number first. That probably helps. Or it could be the print code maybe. It's the printing code. Must be. No, they're a bunch of D's. Um, Probably not going to sign extension, maybe. Because it's 16 bits. There we go, that works. So the problem was it was a 16-bit integer, and if you convert to a signed it wouldn't do the sign extension. You convert to a 16-bit signed first, and then that will cast it up. Thank you, sir. So why isn't the raw input mouse wheel working? I thought we had that working. Should we double check? Oh, no. We didn't click in the screen, did we? If we click in the screen, it will work. The problem is... Wait. Yeah. Sweet. Fantastic. So that's the mouse and keyboard stuff all finished. So that means all we've got left to do on Windows now. Let's just take a look at that OS header. We've got gamepad. We've also got to fix the window move and resize for some reason that's broken, and minimize for some reason. So hopefully that means one more stream and we'll have it all done. And then we can move back to Linux, do some UI programming, rendering code, that sort of thing. And we'll have the whole of the OS layer basically ready. So yeah, it's been pretty cool. Oh my days. So much work. But it's awesome. We've even got like a touchpad API as well, and it works, but not on Windows because we've not been able to test it. But anyway. Awesome. Right. So the next stream is going to be on Tuesday, 6:30 p.m. GMT +1. And that'll be the last Windows stream, hopefully. It's going to be awesome. But yes, so for those who have access to the code and want to see it, I'll be uploading it to the repo within the next half hour or so. If not, you can just grab it tomorrow or something. But yeah, links in the description here. What else do I want to show? I also have a Twitter as well. Or it's called X now, whatever. X. Right, see if someone we can read. Man, it's proper late. Let's practice some SQL. Oh boy, sequel. Let's raid this Jai guy. Oh yeah. Right, thanks for coming everyone. I'll see you on a future stream. Have a good start to your work week, and I'll see you on Tuesday hopefully, where we do some game controller stuff on Windows, get that all hooked in, and hopefully wrap this thing up. Should be pretty good. So yeah, thank you for coming and for everyone's help in a bit. Bye bye.